Well, dear friends and participants of this 20th edition of the Africa Forum, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Batil Misika. I work at the Development Center, and I'll be your Master of Ceremony today. So again, welcome to the 20th edition of the International Economic Forum on Africa. Bienvenue à tous pour cette 20e édition.
Welcome to this 20th edition of the International Economic Forum on Africa.
To welcome our distinguished participants, our panelists, and the hundreds of participants that are joining us online for this special edition. This 20th International Forum on Economic Forum on Africa will focus on investing for sustainable recovery in Africa. It is a great pleasure and honor to have co-organized this edition of the forum with the African Union Commission, the government of Senegal, in partnership with l'Agence Française de Développement, le Cercle des économistes, Casa Africa, and the Sahel and West Africa Club. We would also like to thank our media partners, France Média Monde, which includes France 24, RFI, Radio Monte Carlo, Douailia, the New African Magazine, African Business, and African Banker. Allow me to share a few housekeeping rules to make sure that we all have a virtual experience that is, as pleasant as possible. It's not as nice as welcoming you in Dakar or at the OECD, but we will do our very best. And I'm sure you will nevertheless very much enjoy this year's edition. So as you may have seen, the meeting is recorded. Please remember to turn off your microphone if you're not speaking. Will allow us to have a pleasant experience. You can ask questions through the Q&A Zoom chat box, so do not hesitate to do that. The forum is also being live streamed on the OECD Development Center's website, on Twitter, Facebook, and on our LinkedIn account. But as a lot of you have a lot of followers on social media, we encourage you to let them know that you are attending this special event. You can retweet us using @OECD_center or the hashtag Africa Forum, all in one word. Africa was a capital A, Forum was a capital F. So please don't hesitate to retweet, share thoughts and ideas and comments on social media. I'm now going to allow you to watch a very short video that's going to give you some instructions. So you can launch the video, please.
Bienvenue à cette réunion virtuelle OCDE. Merci de bien vouloir utiliser un casque USB filaire doté d'un micro. Le Bluetooth est déconseillé car cela peut nuire à la qualité de votre son. Lorsque vous n'intervenez pas, merci de bien vouloir désactiver votre micro en appuyant sur le bouton Mute situé en bas à gauche de l'application Zoom. Si votre micro n'est pas désactivé, cela risque de créer un écho ou du larsen pour les autres participants. Pour les réunions avec interprétation, si vous écoutez un canal d'interprétation et que vous souhaitez prendre la parole, merci de bien vouloir sélectionner Off dans la fonction interprétation de Zoom avant de vous exprimer. Une fois que votre intervention est terminée, vous pourrez à nouveau sélectionner le canal d'interprétation. Si vous avez un texte pour votre discours, merci de bien vouloir l'envoyer à l'adresse suivante: document.interprète@oecd.org. Si vous rencontrez des difficultés techniques, vous pouvez utiliser la fonction chat de Zoom afin de contacter le host ou co-host de la réunion ou bien envoyer un mail à l'adresse suivante: conférence.support@oecd.org. Merci de votre attention et de votre coopération.
Welcome to this OECD virtual meeting. Make sure you use a tethered USB headset with a microphone. Please avoid using Bluetooth devices, as they may impair your sound quality. Unless you are taking the floor to intervene, please make sure you press the mute button, which is located in the lower left corner of the Zoom application. Failing to do so may cause echo or feedback for other participants. For meetings where there is interpretation, if you are listening to an interpretation channel and you wish to take the floor, it is essential to select off on the Zoom interpreting function before doing so. Once you are finished, you can switch back to the interpretation channel. Should you have a prepared text of your speech or any written notes, please send it to the following address: documents.interpret@oecd.org. Should you encounter technical difficulties, you may use the Zoom chat function to contact the meeting host or co-host, or send an email to the following address: conference.support@oecd.org. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Well, welcome back. So this is the 20th edition of the International Economic Forum on Africa, which will focus on investing for sustainable recovery in Africa. Permettez-moi,
Allow me, dear participants, to shift to French to warmly welcome His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Senegalese Republic. Mr. President, we're very happy to have you with us. You have the floor, sir. I think we have a few problems of connection with the President of Senegal.
colleague, do we have His Excellency connected?
Oui, bonjour à tout le monde.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm the diplomatic counselor. One moment, please. Okay, so while we're waiting for President Macky Sall to arrive, allow me to remind you that you can share your tweets, your different impressions.
And comment and retweet us. We're live. The hashtag is Forum Africa. Africa Forum with a capital A. We very much look forward to this special edition. It is online, but nevertheless, as you can see, we're already more than 500 participants. So we're extremely honored, to have so many of you with us today. It attests to the quality of our program, I believe, and the interest in this topic, which seems quite timely. Investing for a sustainable recovery in Africa. So again, my name is Batil Misika. I will be your master of ceremony today. Do not hesitate to ask questions, including if you have technical issues, through the chat box. We will try to address them in the best way we can. You have interpretation on the right side of your screen at the very bottom. If you are speaking, please put it on off, as otherwise it will cause interferences. Allow me to once again thanks our media partners. We were very lucky to be able to cooperate with France Média Monde, the New African magazine, African Business, and African Banker. When we are ready for the president, do let us know. We very much look forward to welcoming him. I will use this opportunity to also welcome the Secretary General of the OECD, Mr. Angel Gurria, that you can see with the beautiful blue OECD background. Mr. Secretary General, it's a great honor. So while we're waiting, allow me also to reiterate that we have dedicated times, for our various panelists, but we would like to hear from you. So use the chat box, be provocative, do not hesitate to also, ask directly questions to specific panelists. moderators can also, share some of these questions and impressions. So use the chat box to that effect. And again, on social media. We're now at 523 participants, and I think it's going to keep going up. We had more than 1,000 registered people today. So we look forward to having all of you with us for this very important event. We're also very grateful to our partners. As you know, we have partnered, it's not only the OECD Development Center, but also the African Union Commission. We've had this partnership with the African Union Commission for a few years now, and it's been a very successful one. Where those of you who have seen the African Development Dynamics, so this is the flagship report that we have developed with our colleagues from the African Union Commission. We are also partnering with the government of Senegal, and we are now, I think I'm hearing that we're now ready to start. Maybe I'll turn before we can have Macky Sall, because I understand he's finalizing his notes now and will be with us very shortly. I would like to turn to the OECD Secretary General, Angel Gurria. Mr. Gurria, if you're ready for us, would you mind maybe setting the tone, and if you're ready for your intervention, Mr. Secretary General, I think we're ready for you.
Thank you very much. Avec plaisir. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Messieurs les présidents,
Mr. Presidents,
ministers, Chair of the African Union, our media partners, Ambassador Scudero is the chair of the Development Center, and of course, Mario Pezzini, the head of the Development Center, Laurent Bossard, dear friends. I am delighted to participate in the 20th edition of the International Economic Forum in Africa, and also to have so many distinguished leaders from African states. Africa is diversity, and this forum is an exceptional location to make the most of that diversity, to learn from it, to make it flourish for the benefit of the continent, but also for the benefit of the world. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting global economic recession are hitting African countries hard, with a terrible human cost. Worldwide, there have been over 109 million confirmed cases of COVID-19, of which 2.4 million deaths reported by the WHO. As it happens in every country, it is the most vulnerable that are bearing the brunt of the pandemic. OECD estimates suggest that the global economy shrunk by 4.2% in 2020. This is the world economy. Africa's regional GDP contracted by about 3%. So in that sense, the performance was better. It was not as tough. But still, this is the worst performance on record for the continent. Over the course of 2020, 41 African economies experienced a decline in their GDP, compared to only 11 during the 2008 global financial crisis. So 11 to 40 something. So it's a very, very big change. Africa is facing this crisis with lower financial resources compared to 2008. Before the pandemic, domestic resources per capita, domestic revenues, the income, the intake per capita had already gone down by 18%. This is from the period of 2010 to 2018. So over that period, we have seen a reduction of the domestic revenues. And the thing is, we know it's going to fall maybe by as much as 10% in 2020 in at least 22 African economies. So you put the two things together, we already had a situation before, and then of course a pandemic hit, making it worse. Well, latest estimate show that Africa's total national savings could have dropped by 18% in 2020. Remittances, which are so important, by about 9%. And foreign direct investment, please listen, by a staggering 40%, 40. Imagine, just, I'm from Mexico, so I know how much we depend on remittances, how much we depend on foreign direct investment, how much, and how to mobilize, difficulties mobilize domestic resources. But when you have a drop of 40% of foreign direct investment, official development assistance from Africa's partners will not be enough to offset these contractions. Now, beyond the significant economic recession, we must not neglect pre-existing emergencies in the continent, including the enduring food and nutrition crisis, security concerns afflicting sub-Saharan Africa. Now, these were all exacerbated by the pandemic and will inevitably feed from it. They will grow with it. This is high time for bold, for ambitious, for coordinated action. Most African economies have no choice but to find new fiscal space and new investments to drive the continent's economic and social recovery. Well, let me briefly outline some steps which we believe will be crucial to achieve these goals. First, we should use every policy lever to kickstart a new, more inclusive, sustainable growth cycle with the African Continental Free Trade Area like a platform, like a hub. Our joint report with the African Union Commission, Africa's Development Dynamics 2021, explains that one way forward is to spread the benefits of digitalization to all economic sectors. Second, we must find ways to better mobilize domestic resources. Our latest report with the African Union Commission and the Africa Tax Administration Forum, the ATAF, it's called Revenue Statistics Africa. And it shows that tax revenue had stagnated at 16.8% of GDP for 30 countries between 2014 and 2018. Now, this is well below the 22.8% average of Latin America, and of course, 34.2% in OECD countries. So Africa, 16.8, Latin America, 22.8, and the OECD countries, 34.2. So more than double the level of Africa. Now, we're not saying we're going to get there for Africa at 34%, but between 16% and 34%, there's a very, very big distance, and therefore a lot of work that can be done and a lot of improvement that can be made. Now, to improve taxation, greater efforts will be needed to tackle illicit financial flows. And of course, we have to strengthen debt management. Moreover, the OECD G20 inclusive framework on BEPS, now it's well known, but BEPS is base erosion and profit shifting, offers a platform for African governments to play an active role in reforming international taxation and to profit from these improvements. A third, we must accelerate the diversification of all African economies. This will make them more resilient, more productive, less dependent on global commodity markets. Will also strengthen health systems. Now, to that end, I welcome the progress we have made since our 2019 forum in Madrid, with the establishment of the African Union OECD joint platform. I stress the word joint, to promote investment for productive transformation in Africa. So, dear friends, the end of the pandemic and the global economic recovery can become a mirage if they do not include Africa, if they do not include the African nations. This is why international cooperation is so important now. This is why, more than ever, we need to reimagine, revamp development aid. I mean, after all, look at the 14 trillion with a TR, you know, the 14 trillion have been spent in fighting the virus. And ODA is only 153 billion. And then we have things like, for example, with the COVAX is underfunded. How is it possible that it's underfunded by a few billion when the countries have used 14 trillion, 100 times more? 100 times more than ODA. So that means they can multiply ODA. They can also share with the effort of vaccination to help deal with a pandemic, just one of the ways. So this is why it is crucial to come together to help Africa, but also to learn from Africa. Oh, count on the OECD for this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General, for these inspirational words to mark the beginning of the 20th edition of the International Economic Forum for Africa. It is now a great pleasure and our honor to turn to Son Excellence Andry Rajoelina. Je me permets de repasser au français quelques minutes.
I'm going to switch to French. The President of the Republic of Madagascar. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la République.
Mr. President of the Republic of Senegal, Prime Minister of the Republic of Togo, Prime Minister or President of the Commission of the African Union, President of the European Commission, Mr. Secretary General of the OECD, Mr. Prime Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. First of all, I would like to express a message of solidarity to all the countries that have been hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a pleasure to be able to attend this 20th International Economic Forum on Africa in the context of the global pandemic. Thanks to technology, we are able to meet today, and there are many of us attending this conference, and I'd like to thank everyone who have made this possible despite the sanitary crisis. I'd also like to thank President Macky Sall for his leadership and commitment. He has worked to encourage a dynamic and emerging Africa. This sort of conference where we can exchange experiences and practices are very useful. It helps us share tools and initiatives to fight against the pandemic and its aftermath and to relaunch our economies. And of course, we always need to bear in mind the well-being of our populations that have to be placed at the heart of our reflections and strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, the impact of this pandemic in the world is really considerable. It's both economic and social. And the lockdown and the lost income has had huge consequences. Amongst the social consequences, we can see growing lack of social cohesion. Households have often lost their livelihoods because of the way the pandemic has had to be managed. We have had to take very difficult measures, but these measures were absolutely necessary in order to protect our population. But too many households and families have now fallen into poverty, and we can see growing social tension at global level. This pandemic has also highlighted the failings of the health system in Africa, the lack of infrastructure and social services. This is a real problem for our populations, and we have to find solutions. It's now pressing to find a more lasting solution.
We should also design new public policies so that we can invest carefully into our different industries and health industry and medical industry. In Madagascar, we've already begun various structural reforms of the health system. We've been building 20 hospitals and we've reorganized supplies of medical equipment in basic healthcare centers. The brutal stoppage of our economy has mainly had an effect on the informal sector, for example, tourism, or also international import networks, which have caused great damage, perhaps more than the pandemic itself. The coronavirus shock has shown the risks of the public debt exposed by our countries, be it in Europe or elsewhere. Africa has not been spared, unfortunately, and we can see at a global level a collapse of GDP, a sudden drop in tax receipts, an increase in unemployment, and many countries now find themselves in a situation where they're unable to manage their debts. The COVID crisis has immobilized the world, and the Western world has been struck very, very hard. We today should look towards the future and together find solutions so that the developing countries can come out of this crisis by strengthening their access to concessional financing to make it possible for those countries to move forward more quickly towards their development aims. Ladies and gentlemen, the present situation has allowed us to question ourselves, because now the African economy has to be more firm. Africa must today capitalize on the lessons learned from this crisis so it can speed up industrialization of the continent and work on food, health issues and others, and see them as a continental and national urgency in order to build a self-sufficient Africa and breathe new life into the African vision that we aspire to. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, according to the Economic African Commission, 94% of medical supplies in Africa are imported. We are dependent on overseas, and with our biodiversity, our youth, we do have the resources and the necessary know-how to meet our medical needs, but also respecting traditional know-how. Given the test of this pandemic, we have decided to find efficient solutions to the immediate problems. And it's for this reason that we have decided to encourage and support scientific research in Madagascar and support our researchers. Thus, we have rolled out in October of last year a pharmaceutical factory in Madagascar. And we're very proud of what we've done. The first product produced has now come out. It's a product, a drug, which is based on a plant only to be found in Madagascar. With this, we have now the ability to treat and prevent many diseases, such as corona, bilharziose, and others. We can now produce 32 million units per day, and by 2023 we hope to be able to produce dozens of different drugs to satisfy the needs of Madagascar. In order to reach self-sufficiency in food, which is a priority in Madagascar, we have launched large-scale projects such as the agricultural hub, spreading to 60,000 hectares in the southwest of the country. The aim is to ensure food self-sufficiency, and our ambition in long term is to export to other countries of Africa. Furthermore, measures to speed up industrialization of Madagascar will, above all, aim to satisfy the developmental needs of the country. We must produce locally everything that we need on a day-to-day basis. An example, we have launched the One District, One Factory project so that we can industrialize every local authority in our country. And with this unique project, we are going to be providing progress to each district and satisfying the needs and hopes of the local communities. And therefore, we have set up factories in each district of Madagascar, but we will also be rolling out Gascar, which will be producing made in Madagascar cars with expected standards. Lastly, I would like to stress one thing: the digital development potential of Africa. The COVID pandemic has allowed us to understand the importance of digitalization, and we will be setting up digitalization of all public services in Madagascar. That is part of the major challenges of this year, so that we can guarantee optimal satisfaction of users and restore credibility of the civil service and make the digital transition effective in Madagascar. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear participants, the situation that we are living through today is unprecedented. The challenges to be risen to offer a better future to our populations are numerous. Africa must come up with an audacious response based on our values, sharing and solidarity, mutual support. And I'm convinced that with our resources, with our youth, Africa can be counted on the global economic scene. We have to do this. Today, more than in the past, we must show African unity and economic patriotism. Let's be the builders of the African economy which is emerging. We must work together and privilege dialogue and cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Allow me to switch back to English just for a second to say that, as you may, dear participants, have seen, President Macky Sall is being held. Times are very busy in Senegal right now, but he will join us at the end of this opening session. You can access translation, interpretation at the bottom of your screen. So I have seen a comment on the chat, so you can access interpretation in French or English. Je repasse au français
Switch back to French now for a few moments, because it's a great honor for me to warmly welcome the Prime Minister of the Togo, Prime Minister of Togo, Victoire Tomega Dogbe. Madam Prime Minister, you have the floor. Excellencies, President of the Republic of Senegal, President of the Republic of Madagascar, President of the African Union Commission, Commissioner of the European Union, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, Secretary General of the OECD, dear guests, good day, everybody. Welcome. For me, it is a great honor to be able to talk to you on behalf of His Excellency, President of the Republic of Togo, on the occasion of the opening ceremony of this 20th Economic Forum on Africa. I would like to pass on to you the warmest greetings of the head of state of my country and to all participants. For more than a year now, the COVID pandemic has created major upheavals throughout the world, challenging health systems, human relationships, education, production methods, and the quality of our lives. Inevitably, we must all mobilize in the face of this crisis. We must find opportunities in this unique context so that we can together pursue our march towards a better future. This virtual meeting examining the idea of investing in a sustainable recovery for Africa represents a wonderful hub for hope. I think that we must, ladies and gentlemen, invest in our future, which means investing in the development of human capital. We must put human beings at the very center of all our work and action by beginning with health. The vaccination is a universal imperative which is non-negotiable and which requires global solidarity, courage, and coordination on the part of all countries. Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, the head of the state of Togo has defined a 5-year roadmap in his resolve to achieve sustainable development and wants to build a peaceful Togo, a modern nation with inclusive economic growth of a sustainable nature. This roadmap is part and parcel of our national development plan, but set in the context of this crisis and looking towards a promising future. And armed with the courage that we have with this crisis, our roadmap is based on 3 axes, which is the pillar of our development. First of all, we have begun by strengthening inclusivity and consolidating peace so that we can reduce vulnerability and increase the resilience of our population by stressing social protection and empowerment of the most vulnerable populations. And indeed, more than ever in the past, we have come to understand the need to set up social policies which aim to promote a more inclusive and sustainable recovery. Human capital is at the very heart of our development project, And we have massive investments in specific sectors. First of all, rolling out universal health coverage, and to efficiently deploy a raft of measures of social protection, we are setting up a system of identification of each Togolese individual in order to better target our intervention. Furthermore, we have been able to set up a monetary transfer program in order to support the populations hardest hit by the crisis, which has able to reach many, many people in 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that our youth is the very engine of the development of our countries. And so education has a particularly important role to play in the recovery. In Togo, we have chosen to invest, for example, in training institutes, sandwich courses for young people, which aim to provide practical training and professional vocational training to young people, which will help them find jobs. We have today already got one institute which works in agriculture, another in cattle raising. And the training courses are defined looking at the market needs. And the 2 next institutes to set up will be in the building sector and renewable energies. The second part of our roadmap aims to give new dynamics to employment in the economy. In concrete terms, we want to create jobs, sustainable jobs, by mobilizing agriculture and making it more attractive and better quality, thanks to value chains. All African countries need to have a favorable environment to radically change this sector, which is a source of income for many people in the population.
This strategic repositioning around the agricultural supply chain will help us promote the Africa Continental Free Trade Area at a time when the pandemic shows us how fragile and vulnerable the global supply chains are. Another strategic axis is strengthening the structures of our country to promote development. We need to ensure the digital transition. It's really important, and we've seen how important it is in the context of the pandemic with social distancing and lockdowns that have shown how important digital tools are. The digital economy is an opportunity for us in all sectors of the economy. It will help us improve our productivity, will help us tap new markets, create jobs, and promote innovation. In Togo, our objective is to ensure broadband connection for all. We want to be one of the most highly connected countries in the region through optic fiber. And we have now made it compulsory to ensure provision of fiber optics everywhere in our country. There are 5 major objectives. We need to guarantee peace and security. We need to strengthen human capital. We need to develop our technologies and improve our supply chains continentally and ensure more local processing of goods. We also need to improve the stability of our macroeconomic framework. We need to ensure sound management and also improve domestic resource mobilization. Our states have committed to promote intra-African relations, to improve industrialization, promote job creation, and make Africa more competitive on the world scene. We need to pool our efforts. We need to find synergies and complementarities. Together, we need to promote a holistic approach and improve our continental development model by investing in human capital and, in particular, investing in health and education. And in this respect, I would like to agree the launching on the 11th of March of the examination of the economic policy of Togo in partnership with the OECD. We must adapt our policies to promote inclusion and resilience and develop active solidarity. We have to develop the most promising sectors so that we create jobs and we enable young people and women and all the vulnerable groups to be part of our economy and help in creating wealth. Finally, we need to promote innovation, flexibility, and in this way, we will be able to achieve economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to need more sophistication to align all of these different factors so as to ensure a recovery after the pandemic. Thank you very much, Prime Minister of the Republic of Togo.
Welcome His Excellency Toshimitsu Motegi-san, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. Because he couldn't be with us today, he was kind enough to share a video message that I suggest that we watch together now. You can launch the video, please.
去るセネガル大統領、クリア OECD 事務総長、ムーサ・ファキアフリカ連合委員長、ご列席の皆様、セネガル政府、OECD 開発センター、アフリカ連合の共催により、OECD アフリカフォーラムが開催されることに、心からお祝いを申し上げます。今回のフォーラムの実現にあたり、指導力を発揮されたサル大統領に敬意を表します。先日はお目にかかれて光栄でした。私は昨年12月にチュニジア、モザンビーク、南アフリカ、モーリシャス、そして今年1月にはセネガル、ケニアを訪問しました。一連のアフリカ諸国訪問を通じ、新型コロナの世界的な拡大という逆境にある中でも、日本はアフリカの発展を力強く後押ししていく決意を表明しました。日本は TICAD を通じ長年にわたってアフリカの開発に協力してきました。その取り組みは新型コロナの対応においてその真価を発揮しています。例えば日本は現在ガーナにおける新型コロナ対策の拠点となっている野口記念医学研究所の設立を支援しました。今後とも日本は人間の安全保障の理念に立脚し、ユニバーサルヘルスカバレッジの達成に向け、アフリカにおける強靭な保健医療システムの構築を支援していきます。今回、アフリカの持続可能な復興のための投資というテーマのもと、いかにしてアフリカが新型コロナを乗り越え、持続可能な成長を実現していくのかについて議論が行われることは、これまで日本が重視してきた3つの政策とも軌を一にしています。第一にビジネスの促進です。2019年の TICAD7 ではアフリカへの投資促進を強く打ち出し、アフリカに進出する日本企業の数は過去10年間で520社から910社に倍増しました。例えばモザンビークの LNG 開発やガーナの自動車組み立て工場の建設と、日本企業は現地の雇用を創出し、技術を移転しつつ アフリカへの投資を進めています。日本はポストコロナを見据え、官民が一体となってデジタル分野をはじめアフリカ諸国の発展と経済構造の転換に一層貢献していく考えです。第2に、自由で開かれたインド太平洋のビジョンの下で進めている質の高いインフラ整備による連結性の強化です。例えばケニアのモンバサ港整備やセネガルのダカール港不当回収計画はその一環です。第3に、新型コロナで深刻化した債務問題の取り組みです。G20 のすべての国が G20 債務支払い猶予イニシアティブをしっかりと実施していく必要があります。日本は G20 の議論に積極的に参画し、その合意を着実に実施するとともに、専門家派遣等を通じアフリカ諸国の債務問題への取り組みをしっかり支援していきます。日本は21世紀のフロンティアといわれるアフリカが未曾有の危機を乗り越え、成長への道筋を確かなものとすることができるよう、国際社会の取り組みを主導していく決意です。2022年にチュニジアで開催予定の TICAD8 を見据え、今回のフォーラムにご出席の皆様をはじめ、関係国、機関と緊密に協力していきたいと思います。本日のフォーラムにて活発な議論が行われることを祈念します。
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for these kind words. Dear participants, as you may have seen, we're more than 660 connected now, and President Macky Sall has been able to join us. Votre Excellence, Président de la République.
Excellence, President of the Republic of Senegal, Mr. Macky Sall. It's a great honor, Mr. President, to be able to welcome you today. You have the floor.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much.
Permettez-moi, avant toute chose, d'exprimer mon regret pour ce...
I would like to apologize for being delayed. I had a very important previous commitment. President of the Republic of Madagascar, Minister of Togo, Secretary General of the OECD, dear Angel, President of the Commission of the African Union, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning to you all. I would first like to thank the OECD through its development center, as well as the African Union, for having organized the 20th International Economic Forum on Africa in partnership with Senegal. We were expecting to hold this forum in Dakar. It would have been the first time we would have held this forum in Africa, but the COVID-19 pandemic overhauled our agenda and has affected, of course, our economies. And this is why the theme of this 20th forum is extremely important, investing for a lasting recovery in Africa. COVID-19 shows us that we can't take anything for granted on the path to growth, prosperity, and development. Of course, we've seen many pandemics in our past history, but today's pandemic is in a league of its own. It's, of course, major sanitary crisis, but it has also destroyed whole sectors of our economies. Millions of people have all of a sudden lost their jobs. Families have been impoverished. And of course, there are hundreds and thousands of people who have lost their life as a result of the pandemic. For more than a year now, all countries are fighting relentlessly to tackle this pandemic and also to shore up their economies. Africa has also been doing its bit. Our continent has shown great resilience. Even with the second wave that is more deadly, the governments very early on took very strong measures. They closed borders, they proclaimed the state of emergency, they limited certain activities, and this made it possible to fight against unknown disease that hasn't yet revealed all of its secrets and mysteries. On the economic and social front, our countries have also deployed major means. We've used all the tools at our disposal to try to quell the impact of this crisis on households and business. In Senegal, we launched a social and economic resilience program. $1.6 billion have been earmarked with the support of our partners and of a number of donors. This program has made it possible in 2020 to support the health sector. We have been able to improve the medical services and provide free treatment to people with COVID. We have been able to support our diaspora. We've been able to safeguard the economic and social stability. We've been able to shore up the private sector. We've been able to preserve jobs through a number of budgetary measures and through liquidity. We've also been able to ensure the supply of strategic produce to our country. Today, we know that we're going to have to live with this virus for a while to come. And we hope, of course, that this time will be as short as possible, thanks to the vaccines.
Learning to live with the virus is what I consider as making a choice about health and the economy. Both go together. We cannot have health without the economy, which funds it, and we cannot have the economy without health, which makes it possible for us to act. So we must prepare and organize our economies as a consequence of that. And we need to anticipate about the future and manage the present. That is why Senegal has, in September of last year, adopted a priority action plan which looks at two specific areas. It looks at our potential vulnerabilities if there is a pandemic on the basis of what we've already lived through, or all other unexpected events which could lead to shortages because of the breakdown in logistic chains or because of retention of products on the part of exporting countries. In order to parry against these risks, our recovery efforts are going to be mainly looking at food sovereignty, cattle raising, agriculture, fisheries, pharmaceutical industry, and health issues. At the same time, we're working to boost the digital sector, tourism, energy, infrastructure, and building. Between 2019 and 2023, we require 22.2 billion euros. A third is expected to come from the private sector. So for all of African countries, domestic efforts will not be sufficient in order to stop the impact of the crisis and bring about economic recovery and growth. We need more financial wherewithal, which is why our countries are asking for a considerable reduction of our debt so that we can have budgetary resources which are so necessary to continue to weather the expenses triggered by the response to the health crisis, economic and social resilience, but also prepare for the post-COVID economic recovery. The J20 initiative regarding the suspension of the debt services goes in the right direction, and we're happy about that. We have to pay tribute to that effort on the part of our partners, but at the same time, this is insufficient. given the scale of this unprecedented crisis, which is why we would like to see an extension of the G20 initiative throughout 2021, and we should like to see mobilization on the basis of modalities which need to be discussed of part of the DTS for developing countries to help the countries in dire need. This idea is growing. Some partners are already supporting this, and I should recall that with an amount thought to be $360 million, the African debt only represents 2% of the global debt volume. Above and beyond the pandemic situation, there are structural issues which also today deserve hard thought in order to have a reform of the global economic and financial governance system. I remember that I mentioned some of these issues back in June of 2016 at the high-level meeting of the steering committee of the OECD's Development Center when Angel Gurria invited me there. First of all, there's a revision of the international tax rules with the work on BEPS, BEPS, which is launched by OECD under the auspices of the G20. Secondly, the fight against illegal financial flows, which costs Africa more than $100 million a year. Thirdly, support for the revision of the mining code and the oil code for fair remuneration for these resources. Fourth, a greater fight against tax evasion so that tax can be levied where they create wealth in the countries where the companies are undertaking their economic activities and get their profits. In many of our countries, mining activities escape all taxation because they are said to be not part and parcel in industry, whereas these same activities, which are considered to be industrial in developed countries, are heavily taxed. I would add, lastly, that the persistent issue of perception of investment risk in Africa is a question. This perception is often exaggerated, and the rating criteria are often wrong. And this considerably adds to insurance premiums and the costs of investment in Africa. Our economies cannot be competitive under those conditions. I believe that instead of having a conventional debate about development aid, which has shown its limits, we must look at this on the basis of a paradigm. We should build the foundations of a new African emergencies. And so I call upon our partners, the OECD, to look with us for solutions which we can find together, which so seriously handicap the development efforts of our countries. And I hope that the different panels in this forum will provide some pragmatic contributions to this issue to restore the economic growth of our economies. It's a difficult exercise in itself, but what we need to do this is to have a new global order which puts human beings at the very center of international relations. We need a more inclusive framework which matches the new realities of the world. Thus, in the present context of the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, this new world order should begin with access for all countries to vaccines at a reasonable price on the basis of an emergency process based on ethical principles. Now, I would like to pay tribute to the commitments taken recently by the G7, and we're waiting for implementation of this. But when it comes to Senegal, I would like to say that we have received 200,000 doses of the vaccine, and we distributed 10% of those doses, making them available to our country, our neighboring countries as well. 20,000 doses, for Gambia and Guinea-Bissau as a sign of solidarity. And I think we're going to do more if we can get more doses of the vaccine. So, dear friends, that's what I wanted to say to you by way of introduction. And I wish you all the very best for your forum, and I'd like to thank you for having listened to me. Thank you very much, President, for those introductory comments. Very, very inspiring.
To His Excellency Moussa Faki Mahamat, President of the African Union Commission. And on behalf of the OECD Development Center, allow me, Mr. President, to congratulate you on you being reappointed. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam. Excellency, President of the Senegal Republic, President of the Madagascar Republic, Madam Prime Minister of Togo, Foreign Affairs Minister of Japan, Secretary General of the OECD, allow me first of all to express my deep gratitude to His Excellency Macky Sall, President of Senegal, who has accepted to sponsor this 20th edition of the International Economic Forum on Africa, the subject of which is investing in a sustainable recovery in Africa, organized jointly by the African Union Commission and the Development Center of the OECD. I'm also grateful to His Excellency Andry Rajoelina, President of Madagascar, and Her Excellency Madame Victoire Tomiga Dogbe, Prime Minister of Togo, and all the eminent personalities who have chosen to take part in this meeting. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has struck the world, and the measures taken by governments, such as lockdown and closing of borders, have turned out to be extremely costly in terms of growth and employment. The consequences are already visible for the households with low incomes and for SMEs and for economic operators in the informal sector, particularly in Africa. Many African countries which have vast natural resources, are very dependent on outside markets, are facing a double problem. On the one hand, the price of raw materials like oil continuing to collapse, and at the same time there's been a dramatic drop in exports of basic products. COVID-19 has accentuated these problems and has put African countries in an economic situation which is risky. And in fact, of the 55 countries of our union, 41 are suffering from a drop in their GDP. This could turn into a loss of some 30 million jobs, bringing an increase in the number of Africans living in extreme poverty, estimated at 49.2 million in 2021. Given this situation, the aim of this forum is to come up with proposals and to define the modalities of a cooperative approach in order to optimize as best we can the efforts in order to bring about sustainable economic growth in an inclusive Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, from the very first episodes of the health crisis, the African Union took initiatives in order to deploy and coordinate considerable efforts both at national and continental level so as to limit the spread of the pandemic and to protect vulnerable populations and to reduce economic losses and guarantee coherence, consistency and efficiency in the action and mobilization of international support. Basically, the best actions conducted by the African Union can be spelled out around two major areas. But on the one hand, an adoption of a continental strategy to respond to COVID-19, together with the implementation of a task force nominated with coordinating member states' efforts, agencies of the African Union, and the World Health Organization and other partners. Also, there was the creation of a fund to respond to COVID-19 and the appointment of special envoys by the president in charge of the African Union, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, who was just appointed by his peers as a champion of the strategy for the fight against COVID-19. These funds were fed by voluntary contributions of member states, by the African private sector, and by some of our bilateral and multilateral partners. When it comes to the special envoys, they respected the mandate given to them, and they took various approaches towards our major those who have made us the biggest loans, in order to ask for a restructuring of the debt or the cancellation of some debts. Thinking also of special drawdown rights, non-used, or creation of new special drawdown rights. In the immediate future, these additional funds will make it possible for countries to get hold of vaccines in sufficient quantities to ensure general immunity of our populations. The COVID-19 crisis represented a moment of deep thought and sometimes a serious questioning of various of our different development strategies. We must, therefore, draw the conclusions and learn the lessons and adapt our work in order to build more diversified, more endogenous and more resilient economies for future possible exogenous shocks. So Africa must first and foremost look at its own potential and exploit numerous opportunities offered by inter-African trade. This self-assessment, which we have to undertake, will be backed by our institutional major acquis, namely the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Zone and the creation of the African Union Development Agency, ODA-NEPAD. Our priority for sustainable economic relance has to be done on the basis of 4 axes.
Strengthening local industry so that we may have job creation, and we have to focus in particular on small and medium-sized companies. We should ensure greater processing of our local commodities. Africa can no longer import so many food producers. $50 billion are imported. We also need to invest in human capital, in education and health. Thirdly, we have to develop quality infrastructure throughout the life cycle, including energy infrastructure. This is necessary to stimulate economic activity, to also be able to accelerate growth and intra-African trade. Finally, digitalization. Digitalization offers huge potential. In the 4th industrial revolution, digitalization and digital innovation is key. It's a very important leverage to ensure competitiveness, diversification, job creation, and quality jobs, in particular for the young. We also have to develop partnerships that focus on Africa's priorities, and this is why I'd like to call on our current and future financial partners to help us and support us in this area. Finally, and by way of conclusion, I'd like to share with you the hope that the outcome of this 20th International Economic Forum on Africa enable us to trace a new path for development and inclusive well-being. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Excellence. Once again, it's a great privilege for us to be able to welcome you during this forum. And we now have reached the end of the opening session. So I'm now going to give the floor to Mr. Mario Pezzini,
Special Advisor to the OECD Secretary General on Development. I'm sure Mr. Pezzini needs no introduction. Let me just mention that we're not only here live and also on streaming through social media, But if you're interested, there's an article that was just published in Project Syndicate by Victor Harrison and Mario Pizzini, the Digital Transformation Strategy Africa Needs. So we will share the link with you. But without any further ado, again, allow me to thank our distinguished panelists for this amazing opening session, and now turn for session number 1, Accelerating Productive Transformation and Regional Integration to Achieve Agenda 2030. Dear Mario, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Batil. Thank you for being such an excellent master of ceremony. Thanks very much, President Macky Sall, for hosting for the first time in Africa, the Africa Forum that we have organized for 20 years. It's always a pleasure to be with you, dear President. Thanks, Secretary General of the Oecd. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Vittoria. Thanks, everybody that has been with us in this discussion. You've provided the food for our thoughts. It took a little bit longer than planned, but this enriched our mind in reality. And therefore, I am even more happy. Also because President Macky Sall, President Moussa Faki has provided us with specific recommendations that I am sure everybody has noted down. So let me welcome now the panelists and the online participant. If they want to ask questions during the session via the question and answer Zoom chat box, they can. I will try to provide some time at the end of the discussion for answering this question. Let me now repeat some very quickly points that have been made. A global economic recession triggered by the COVID-19 is hitting African countries hard. In 2020, 41 African economies experienced a decline in their gross domestic product. It was the first time after decades that Africa went negative. The post-COVID strategy is this, therefore, to tackle many issues, but in particular, 2 obstacles. Africa long-term sustainable growth, because we have just heard there is a dependence on external markets, and second, the incapacity of the formal economic sector to create enough quality jobs. Now, last January, Africa took a very important step forward because it provided the start of the trading under the AfCFTA. This full implementation of the AfCFTA has the potential to boost output in all economic sectors. There is every prospect of success, particularly in the food value chains and in West Africa, and in the food economy represents an annual market of 250 billion. However, there are 2 critical issues that remain. Complementarities along the value chain needs to be created even further. And we need to boost cooperation beyond national and sub-regional borders. This should include modern transport infrastructure development, which is a prerequisite toward continental integration and Africa's productive transformation. We are going to discuss all this matter, but let me start now introducing Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat. In 2021 edition of the forum will gather key actors to share their views and solutions for action. And this is one of those actors. Therefore, dear Wamkele, I give you 5 minutes to introduce your point, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pizzini. And let me also thank the OECD, the government of Senegal, and the African Union for co-organizing this event. It's a pleasure to join you today. I join you from outside of Accra in Cape Coast, where my team and I, the Secretariat, are in a retreat to consider further steps of acceleration of the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I think our heads of states, the ones who spoke this morning, were very clear in setting out the challenges for implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I will make just 2 brief points. First, that is, as the Secretary General of the OECD pointed out, and as you yourself pointed out, for the first time in almost 30 years, Africa is in a recession. We have seen a contraction in Africa's GDP to the range, to the tune of up to 4.5%, which of course translates into decline in contribution of the services sector to Africa's economy, particularly the airline industry, the hospitality industry, and so on. The big question and the big challenge for Africa is how is the African Continental Free Trade Area going to contribute to Africa's recovery? As you know, and as was pointed out by some of our heads of states, Africa does not have the same monetary policy space, the same fiscal policy space as some countries around the world to provide significant economic recovery injections into to rebound economies around the world. We have seen almost $7 trillion in the United States. We have seen in the OECD, in the European Union, almost 800 million euros. And so for us in Africa, the recovery tool is implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, so that boosting intra-Africa trade becomes the driver of Africa's recovery year on year from 2021 going forward. And as you mentioned, we started trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area on the 1st of January 2021. Of course, not all countries, because of COVID-19, not all countries on the African continent who are state parties as of today have the requisite customs procedures in place, but we are working on that to make sure that all of us are trading at an even level from a customs procedures point of view. It is very important that the African Continental Free Trade Area is aggressively implemented so that we do see recovery by the end of the year. This will not only address the issue of the contraction, but also it will address Africa's industrial development objectives, and the acceleration of Africa's industrial development is very important. The second observation I would make, and I will conclude on this point, is what the pandemic has demonstrated is that we do need to look at and to review our intellectual property rights regime to assess the extent to which our intellectual property rights regime is at the service of Africa's public health objectives and at the service of Africa's industrial development objectives. You will know that many African countries in the WTO have been making this point very, very strongly in the last few months, that in order to have greater access to vaccinations, we need to relook at the intellectual property rights regime, in particular, the patents regime, to make an assessment of the extent to which it encourages access to much needed vaccinations and access and ensuring that we have a generic drug industry established on the African continent. The rules that we are going to craft under the African Continental Free Trade Area in respect of intellectual property rights have to address these existential public health questions that we are confronting today. So once again, in the limited time that I have, I want to thank you very much for inviting me. And unfortunately, I'm not able to be part of the conversation going further. As I mentioned, we are in the middle of a retreat, but I hope that the outcomes of this session today really do place us in terms of a partnership. They place us on a path for solving some of these challenges that we are confronting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan Kelemene. This was very clear. And in fact, there is a very important data to consider. If we take the first 20 years of this millennium, Africa had an average growth of 4.6 per year. when you look inside the component of this growth, well, 69% come from internal demand. This is an extraordinary asset, and therefore the creation of a free trade area can take stock of these assets to revamp and recover after the COVID. So the points you make are very important. And we are going to discuss with other participants to this discussion. Let me introduce very quickly my all our dear friends, Arkebe Okubai, Ibrahim Mayaki, Soraya Akuzi-Yaramye, Yoshifu Okamura-san, Christina Galek, and Cohen Dons. So let me start first with my dear friend, Arkebe Okubai. You have been emphasizing, dear Arkebe, that there are three main interventions that are required for the AfCFTA to succeed as a development opportunity. First, focus on industrialization that can improve economic diversification and employment and accelerate a productive transformation so needed and so high in the objective of the African Union. Second, increase the current marginal share in global export while increasing intra-African regional value chain. In fact, a trade area is beautiful, but only if you are capable to connect the economic activities, improving the value that they produce. And finally, a massive and strategic investment in connectivity and infrastructure is essential. Now, building a strong and resilient foundation for productive transformation requires not only a critical mass of dynamic leading firms, but also a smart and conducive policy environment that facilitates inter-firm linkages, mutual learning, and innovation. And President Moussa Faki insisted for the importance of small firms. You, Arkebe Okubai, you are one of the most influential policymakers and leading thinkers of the African strategic development. And I am also very happy to say that you have been endorsed by the African Union to be the African's sole candidate to run for Director General of UNIDO. Congratulations. But now the question is, which should be the 2, 3 foremost priority for policy action to accelerate this African industrial development? How should international organizations support developing countries in their productive transformation agenda? Thank you, Arkebe, the floor is yours.
Dear Dr. Arkebe, you're mute.
Yeah. Thank you, Mario, for your nice words. I would like to express that it has always been a privilege for me to join you at these international forums, and I had the privilege to participate last year at Madrid and also in Madagascar. So the first thing I would like to highlight is OECD Development Center and the African Union are doing an excellent job, especially by putting the central issue of productive transformation to the forefront. I'm so impressed by the work done so far, and OECD Development Center is emerging as a leading global think tank, bringing this important debates, in particular issues in Africa. So I thank you, Mario, for your leadership, and I thank all the specialists and experts and the committed team at your center. I would also like to thank the African Union for this joint initiative. Having said this, today's theme is absolutely important because we are at the time of COVID-19, and all issues we cannot separate from COVID-19. We have to fight COVID-19. We have also to pursue the journey of recovery. So this is absolutely important. First, let me start the point you mentioned about the African continental free trade area. I would like to highlight a few points. The first point is we need to understand this is a long-term Pan-African project. If we look at the roots, it starts from establishment of the Organization of Africa Unity. So it's a journey of 50, 60 years. It's part of that journey. The second point is this is a path to economic integration, and it can also be a catalyst for productive transformation. Now, industrialization is gaining momentum as a debate since African Continental Free Trade Area has been announced. Before that, that was a completely forgotten agenda. And the central issue is, do we need free trade if we don't have goods to be traded, if we don't create jobs, and if we are not able to have industrial capacity? And the answer is obviously, it will have no impact. So this has now brought the agenda to the forefront, and one of the good things, the beauty of this African Continental Free Trade Area is that it's bringing this debate to the forefront, and many African leaders are embracing the agenda of productive transformation and industrialization. So I should highlight the first point. We need to understand the African Continental Free Trade Area is the beginning of a journey. It's not a destination. The journey is starting now, so we have to cope with the challenges. We have been referring the number everyone quotes, 15% intra-trade within Africa, in contrast to the high figure in Europe or in ASEAN. But what we don't really mention much is Africa's share globally in international trade is marginal. So the critical issue is, how do we make the pie bigger? How do we ensure that Africa becomes a critical player globally? So this is the first point. Second one, we must be able to link it with productive investment, with building productive capacity, which OECD has been championing. And for sure, as Mario mentioned, infrastructure, connectivity, and harmonization is going to be critical. I should also highlight that peace and conflict management across countries is going to be useful. Having said this, first, I should also like to mention that I'm very honored that the African Union and the 55 member states have endorsed my candidacy as Africa's sole candidate to the post of Director General of UNIDO. And I'm very, very humbled, and I would like to thank the African Union member states. So for me, a critical issue for UNIDO is, the first thing is, how do I bring my capability, my unique competence to this, to UNIDO? This is a critical issue. And I have to play, and I have to bring into play my over 30 years policy planning and acquaintance with real practical issues in developing countries, and also the intense engagement in global research, and also having a clear vision. So here my focus has to be centered, if I would say in a very short term, is how do we prevent, and how can UNIDO play an active role in preventing another lost decade in this continent? Because we need to industrialize, we need to create jobs. More than 20 million manufacturing jobs should be created in Africa. This is before COVID-19, and now this number should increase. So the focus of UNIDO has to be first in supporting productive, sustainable, and inclusiveness industrialization. We have to focus on reducing international inequalities, but we have to bring productive industrialization, productive capacity to the center of the debate. It's only when we develop the productive capacity that we can achieve about sustainable growth. As low-income countries, most of African countries are low-income countries and all developing countries, I believe that a carbon-neutral industrialization is an opportunity to begin with building industrial capacity. We cannot repeat what industrialized countries or emerging economies did in the 20th century. So we have to embrace green industrialization, carbon neutral industrialization. We have to ensure that policy capabilities created in African countries. What we have learned during COVID is that countries that have developed industrial capacity, countries that have effective governments were able to cope, to prevent COVID, as well as to have fast recovery. So assisting African countries in this respect is important. And for this, we need a revitalized UNIDO that will primarily focus on its mandate. There are usually a lot of overlaps among international organizations. And what we need now is international organizations must focus on their core mission, core mandate, and also focus on Agenda 2030 and try to build synergy among international organizations and partners at regional, bilateral level. And for UNIDO also, it needs to mobilize resources more. And many countries, unfortunately, had left UNIDO. And one of my key focus is to bring them back to UNIDO. And lastly, I would like to emphasize that one of my key guiding principles would be developing countries should be on the driver's seat of UNIDO. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you very much, Arkebe, because you are contributing with very precise and clear idea to our debate. So we're building an agenda in reality. It seems to me everybody collectively, I can't agree more on what you are saying about productive transformation. And thank you very much for bringing in the issue of what multilateral organization can do, what is their role. Obviously, in first front, you have national country, but multilateral organization may play a great role. And you said what you could do through UNIDO, and I cannot speak for the Development Center, but I can speak for the Secretary of the Development Center. You count on us to support you in implementing the perspective that you have so clearly enunciated. Now, let me move to Ibrahim Mayaki now. Ibrahim Mayaki, we know is the head of Nepal. He has been many things. He is many things. He's also the chair of the governing structure of the Club du Sahel, of the SWAC, West Africa, Sahel and West Africa club that we have and in partner in this initiative. Now, Ibrahim, infrastructure deficit play an important role in the possibility of the AfCFTA to be as much as possible effective, together with what Arkebe has just told us, the industrialization. There is a fragmentation of supply chains, which hampers regional trade. The Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, the PIDA, is entering in its second phase this year, PIDA 2130. Therefore, we would like to hear your thoughts on two questions. Drawing on the lesson learned from the first phase, what are the main challenges that need to be addressed to speed up the infrastructure projects during the new phase? And how can, again, the international initiative support this effort? Please, Ibrahim.
Merci, Mario.
Thank you, Mario. Well, for once, I'm going to be speaking in French. I'd like to thank you for this honor. I really am delighted to have been invited to this forum. It's a pleasure and an honor. Now, the first thing I'd say is to set the scene. PIDA, as you've said, is the Continental Strategy for Development of Infrastructure in Africa. One needs to know it's not always very well understood that the implementation mechanism for regional integration requires three segments. There's a continental strategy in every area, be it education, health, or whatever. which is rolled out at a regional level, and then it's adapted to the national needs so that there's vertical consistency, international strategy, regionalize, matching coherence with national plans. Now, before PIDA, Africa did not have any kind of structural approaches to these plans. So PIDA has made it possible to put some order in things and to have more clarity during the first phase of PIDA on these regional projects. And of course, the regional projects represent the optimal level which will make it possible to develop integration, which is why without regional infrastructure projects, there will be no implementation of the Continental Free Trade Zone. And our infrastructure projects, being regional by nature, have to adopt a corridor approach. Now, if there's one lesson that we have learned from the first phase of PIDA, it is that we have a lot of projects. Some were more ideas, and we've shaken up this machine, and we've come out with a fundamental concept, which is integrated corridors. Why integrated corridors? Well, because we often talk about different priorities. Education is a priority. Health is nutrition. There is no priority. The challenges are multi-sectoral in nature, and the responses have to be multi-sectoral. And when it comes to our integrated corridors, we are integrating the multi-sectoral nature of this. So in the corridor, Lagos-Abidjan, we could have roads, rails, optical fiber, polytechnical institutions which will be training people to maintain the rails. So first lesson would be the lesson of integrated development corridors. And the second lesson is institutional coordination. As long as we are building national infrastructure in countries, we know how to manage them. Okay, but when you move to a level of regional infrastructure projects, the management systems of those regional projects are completely different. And we have to have institutional corridors. We have to have centers which can allow information to flow between the different parts, the different countries, the different ministries, and so on. So the second lesson that we've learned is institutional coordination, and that is something we've really improved hugely, because all of our corridors, be it the central, north-south, Lagos-Abidjan corridors, those corridors, or Dakar-Bamako, which is continuing, all of these corridors need entities which can coordinate implementation of the project.
So what about the challenges? I'm only going to mention two. First of all, the technical preparedness of projects. Africa was very weak in its capacity to prepare projects that after required investment. So the whole issue of investability and bankability are key. Investability in relation to the global business context with a doing business environment, and then bankability in relation to the quality of return on investment. So we've spoken a great deal about this matter. We've mentioned the risks, and the summit on the funding of infrastructure of Dakar in 2014 helped us imagine tools to fulfill the shortcomings in project preparedness. Secondly, we define a quality label for the PIDA projects. And here I'd really need to thank the OECD, because we've worked together, and this has been practically adopted by the OECD. And these PIDA quality labels make it possible to see how the projects have been prepared and what the optimal conditions are for their implementation. Now, the third point I'd like to mention very briefly is what the international community can contribute. We have repeated over and over again, and President Macky Sall has said it often at the G20, that we have to invest in preparing projects and early stage project preparation in particular. The private sector isn't going to invest in the early stage project preparation. So when we talk with development agencies and when we talk about with the G20, we always highlight this very, very key phase. The second aspect is that infrastructure leads to job creation. And it's very important to realize this. And because it creates jobs, infrastructure makes it possible to tackle one of the biggest problems we have, which is creating 20 million jobs every year for young people coming on the labour market. And this is going to continue for another 20 years because we're talking about children, people who are going to come onto the labour market in the next 20 years. So when we think about development assistance, this absolutely has to be taken into account so that we can optimize and so that we can have a dialogue on very specific and pragmatic issues, leading to pragmatic solutions. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. When I listen to you, I think it's extremely interesting what you've just been telling us. And not just for the African context, by the way. We also work in Latin America, in Southeast Asia. And I really think there are lessons here to draw. I think that what you're saying really applies to other regions as well, and even to member countries of the OECD. So I think we'll need to invite you more often so that you can tell us exactly what it is you're doing, because it's really a source of inspiration.
Which is Ms. Akuzia Remie from Rwanda. And Rwanda is known for making substantial investment in enabling environment for business development, including in the digital economy. We have seen at the beginning of the conference, digital economy has been indicated by many as an important tool. For example, Rwanda is the world's top country in GSMA Mobile Money Regulatory Index. The government of Rwanda is also implementing a number of initiatives to accelerate productive transformation in Rwanda, such as the Business Development Fund, the Export Growth Facility, and others, and use the e-commerce platform and digital tools. So what are the main results of these initiatives and remaining bottlenecks in terms of Rwanda SME ability to enter regional supply chain and participate more easily in the global trade? These are crucial questions because we have heard, yes, of course, large firms, yes, of course, foreign direct investment, yes. But what about the small and medium-sized firms? What are the services, real services that we can provide to this fabric? So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mario. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Honorable ministers, excellency ambassadors, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thanks for, first of all, I wanted to express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Senegal, the AU Commission, as well as the OECD Development Center for this invitation to join for the first time the International Economic Forum on Africa. And also, I think it's important that we reiterate our appreciation for the OECD Development Center for the continued focus on the Africa's future and sustainable recovery in the midst of the COVID-19 global pandemic. And to respond to your question, Mario, the impact of the COVID-19 on Africa's economies has been extensively highlighted during the opening session. The pandemic brought a halt to economic growth that our continent had enjoyed in the last 30 years. And Rwanda is no exception. As a country, we have lost much needed tax revenues due to the pandemic, while also expanding the fiscal space to cushion industries, as well as small and medium-sized enterprises. And also, I think, importantly, ensure the basic needs of our most vulnerable citizens through social protection programs. That being said, SMEs have also been supported in a number of ways. We have put in place an economic recovery fund of $200 million to support all businesses. This amount may sound modest when we compare to packages from OECD countries, but it's nevertheless a significant amount when we compare it to our overall government budget. And to echo what the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretary General Wamkele Mene mentioned, and as well as Minister Oecd, I cannot emphasize more on the importance to continue to prioritize industrial development, as well as public investments in infrastructure, technology, and skills to support our economies and deliver on regional trade and integration. In Rwanda, the significant reforms and heavy investment we have made in enabling a conducive business environment, especially since 2005, where we were still ranked the 153rd country in the world in the ease of doing business by the World Bank, which after 15 years, we managed through reforms and really efforts in digitization and streamlining our regulatory framework to enable business, conducive business environment. We have now reached the second easiest place to do business in Africa. And the heavy investment also we conducted, be it in infrastructure, in roads, and also supporting infrastructure for our economy, have allowed us to sort of weather the storm caused by this pandemic. And the efforts that we put in the development of our agricultural sector ensured food security for our country, even in the midst of a pandemic. And lastly, we've leveraged on our investments in the digitization of our economy, and that has allowed our SMEs to quickly adapt to the new normal and start really embracing e-commerce. Industrialization and infrastructure development, as I mentioned, took center stage in our development trajectory, alongside other policies and strategies to improve the business environment, not only for large companies, but also our SMEs. And some of the initiatives I can mention is, of course, infrastructure initiatives such as having fiber optic cables all across the country, allowing fast internet access to all our citizens, but also companies, investments in innovation parks and special economic zone, as well as really ensuring access to digital tools and devices, not only for our citizen. And one example is really the large adoption of mobile money, for instance, in our country. And we have also looked at strategic partnerships in terms of developing our digital economy with global leaders in e-commerce. And case in point is the electronic trade world trade platform that we have developed with the assistance of Alibaba, which allows our SMEs to have access to larger markets and be able to export using e-commerce. In terms of business reforms and industry incentives, we have tax holidays to incentivize FDIs and global manufacturers who want to localize manufacturing in Rwanda. And this really has helped us during the pandemic to be able to produce locally all the PPEs that are much needed. And I think it's thanks to the efforts we had made in attracting FDIs in the manufacturing sectors. We have seen that on the logistics sector, Rwanda being landlocked countries, it is very important that we invest in infrastructure that allow us to connect to the world. I mentioned investment in the digital space, but the Bugesera International Airport, which is a larger airport being under construction now, is projected to become really a gateway for our SMEs to trade across the continent and across the globe, as well as our investment in a national airline that has allowed us through the lockdowns and other restrictive measures that had been put in place to sort of support our exporters to continue access their markets out not only on the continent, but outside of the continent. But while we have made great strides to create a conducive and enabling environment by cutting red tape and facilitating business operations, of course, Rwandan SMEs still face competitiveness challenges. And many of these result from a lack of economies of scales, as well as really the access to finance and financial services. And the government of Rwanda has put in place a number of initiatives to address especially the access to finance. Maria, you mentioned the Business Development Fund, which is a fund aimed at providing not only guarantees to SMEs to allow them to access bank loans, but also provide the much needed advisory and business development services. And so far, the fund has supported 35,000 SMEs and creating 189,000 jobs. Of course, more efforts are needed, but we believe this is one of the initiatives that has been really instrumental in supporting and addressing some of the issues that SMEs face. And the last initiative I would like to talk about is also the setup and the launch of the Kigali International Finance Center, which will really attract investments from financial institutions to be able to not only deploy alternative financing sources to Rwandan companies, but also leverage on the African Continental Free Trade Area to be able to offer those financial services as well to continental and African SMEs. And we think really this initiative and all the streamlining and reforms in our financial sector to be able to launch that financial center is something that we want to leverage on to provide funding for SMEs and prepare them for this continental free trade area and the opportunities that it offers. So in conclusion, there are many challenges on SMEs, and the pandemic has exacerbated them, but I remain optimistic that through policies, but also emphasizing the importance of multilateral cooperation and solidarity to not only help African countries such as Rwanda to mitigate the economic repercussion on our economies, but continue the strategic investment is something that we cannot stress enough, and this forum really provides a platform for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Soraya. You know, I am a little bit old, and I was in a region of small and medium-sized firms exactly when the numerically controlled machine arrived. And the issue was how the entrepreneur can adjust, because they were great in mechanic, in trigonometry, but not on informatic. Now we are facing something with digitalization that, under my point of view, is similar. So we can make it, those regions were capable to make it, to introduce this new element in their knowledge. I think we can make it, but we need policies. We need, as you said, alphabetization and digitalization. We need services for these small firms that have to adopt the new technology. And as I am speaking about my past, and obviously this was in Italy, let me also share with you a very sad news. I have just learned that the Italian ambassador, Luca Attanasio, has been killed in Kinshasa because there was an attack with weapons there. And I am very sad, obviously. Being Italian, I feel obviously obliged to, and also involved in sharing this information. Let me go to continue our discussion, because our battle is obviously also to avoid the reproduction of facts like this. And let me give the floor now to Okamura-san. Okamura-san is a very important actor, because Japan, his country, has played a lead role in accelerating regional integration in Asia, but he in particular, because he was in charge of the organization of TICAD that took place in Japan last time. And so based on your experience, what are the priority areas for accelerating the implementation of the AfCFTA? How is Japan supporting African countries and institutions in its productive transformation agenda? Okamura-san, the floor is yours.
Merci, Mario.
Thank you, Mario, for taking this initiative. I would like to thank the Senegalese government and the Center of Development for having organized this event. It's a great honor for me to be with you today as a speaker. First of all, I would like to recall that Africa is a huge continent, 8,000 kilometers from north to south and 7,400 kilometers from east to west. The African continent has more than 1.3 billion population spread out in some 50 countries. It's not like Europe. Most of the borders have been drawn artificially. Many countries still have a hard time state building and creating a state identity. Africa has huge and very different challenges, particularly compared to Europe. We should not be trapped by our frame of reference in Europe when we work with Africa. Made in Europe does not necessarily apply to Africa. Only Africans can solve African problems. Africa has to take control of its own development. Japan's partnership with Africa through TICAD Minister Motayi talked about this earlier on. TICAD is built on this process of this concept of empowerment. It's wonderful to see initiatives taken by Africa in the framework of Agenda 2063. I'm thinking of Dr. Mayaki, who's done a lot of this work. Dr. Mayaki is a fervent believer and defender of the principle of empowerment, and he's worked on many different projects through AUDA and NEPAD, and continues to be a powerful promoter of TICAD. The free trade zone in the African continent is another excellent example. I had the privilege of attending the signing ceremony of the agreement in March in 2018 in Kigali, Rwanda, and it was a wonderful coincidence that I can be here today to discuss these issues with you. The African Continental Free Trade Zone is a very important initiative which will facilitate intercontinental trade . Will help countries, particularly countries without a coast, to overcome border problems and to connect them to other markets and to free up the potential of the continent and to bring this continent towards prosperity. A lot of people think that Africa is poor, but there is no richer continent than Africa. Africa has vast arable lands for agricultural and huge amounts of natural resources. But there is the essential question of Africa. What is it? Japan has taken an initiative to improve rice production in Africa. A new method of growing rice has the potential of increasing the yield of rice by 6 to 10-fold. But the first reactions of local farmers were not very positive. They said that it would be a waste, and the rice would be eaten by the rice would be eaten by mice. Why? Because there were no rice dryers, nor reliable roads to take the rice to local markets. Even if they were able to produce more rice, they didn't have the wherewithal to sell it. In Europe, it's pretty easy to produce Netherlands or France, but in Africa, it's difficult to do this. The full potential of Africa, therefore, remains blocked because of the shortage of adequate infrastructure to support the development of the economy. We need reliable infrastructure in Africa to guarantee that the productive potential can be transformed into income. In January 2014, I accompanied the Shinzo Abe, the Prime Minister of the time, to Abidjan, and he was welcomed by President Ouattara of Côte d'Ivoire. Excellency, President Sall, if you're still with us, you probably remember that you were also present. In overall terms, 11 heads of state of Africa, of West African countries, attended this meeting with our Prime Minister to talk about Japanese aid to the region. The conclusions were that Japan should help to build roads which would connect Western African countries. Of course, Japan immediately began to draw up plans, a master plan, a regional plan for development, as Dr. Maika has said, in order to set up these projects. These corridors were initiated. It was not only roads which are important, but also economic planning based on a long-term analysis of the regional economy, factoring in regional development plans and national development plans. And today, 6 years later, Japan has finished the overall blueprint entitled West African Growth Line. Japan has also drawn up similar plans in different regions for north-east corridors and the Nakala corridor in the south. And these corridors play a central role in speeding up productive transformation in the regions and the optimization of advantages in the free trade area. On the basis of this plan, this master plan, I should say, specific work can now begin. If you take the example of Togo, the Togo leaders, led by the Prime Minister, a very good friend of Japan, has been helping us, and there are other development experts working in Lomé, and they are building roads, which has become a priority above all other priorities. The coastal road has been renovated by the EU. Japan has supported the building of bridges for the number 17 national highway, which crosses two rivers, Kara and Kumangu. This road is part of the Togo logistical corridor, which links the port of Loma to Niger and Burkina Faso and Mali. Without the support of Japan, there were only Abasso Bridge and Kara Bridge, but no bridges over the Kumango River. During the rainy season, cars or trucks or cargo could not cross this river. And the construction of bridges made it possible to use the 17 highway all year. Now that the demand for infrastructure is very, very high, it's even more important to stress that the countries must consider the quality, not just the quantity and speed of infrastructure building. We must invest in quality infrastructure, which factors in the principles of the G20, good practices, OECD good practice regarding good governance of implementation of infrastructure, the compendium that was drawn up last year, offering ways of optimizing the positive effects of development of infrastructure. The Japanese project aims to eliminate transactional costs at borders to facilitate the movement of goods and people and accelerates trade and business throughout the continent. Information technology for communications are an essential part of this to make cross borders single points of control, and border checks of goods at a traditional crossing point requires 2 stops, which can last for several days. You imagine the time that we can save if we can set up small chips in the goods, which would make it possible to cross the region with a minimum of stops. So, ICT, information technology.
Japan has been a long-standing supporter of Rwanda, one of the leaders of ICT development in the continent for more than a decade. And we have just listened to Hagjeamile, Minister for her big project of this ICT in Rwanda. Through technical assistance program and dispatch of experts, Japan also helping that project provide comprehensive support for the transition into a digital society, from institutional capacity building to policy and strategy development. So I'm sure that next Bill Gates will come from Africa. Last but not least, productive transformation and digitalization cannot be achieved without reliable access to energy. Nearly 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa today still do not access to electricity. Even those who are covered by the power grid have problems. You see, Japanese electronics, Toshiba, Sony, etc. Japanese electronics are not popular in Africa because people say they break easily. You see, the products made in Japan require stable electricity, and in Africa, it easily burn out. In Europe or Japan, we have access to stable electricity through our outlet at home, but that's not the case in Africa. 83% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa do not have access to clean cooking. Many still rely on charcoal, that is wood. They cut trees and burn them to make charcoal. Immense forest degradation and deforestation weaken the capacity to absorb carbon dioxide. Africa is now on its way to industrialization. Yes, it is very encouraging. But many African factories burn kerosene on diesel power generators because the public electricity supply is not at all reliable with frequent power outages. Providing sufficient and stable power supply is the only solution to save the forest and to reduce CO2 emissions. This is the reality that African countries face. This challenge of having to achieve socioeconomic growth whilst considering the environment is not something that Europe nor other advanced economies have had to face. That is why it is important for us to acknowledge the differences, big differences in the available resources and technology between developing and advanced economies. We need to build a pathway for just transition without hindering the economic growth of developing countries. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Okamura-san. Probably if somebody can turn out the microphone because there is an echo, ensure that your microphone is turned off when you don't have the floor. but we have already started a series of consideration that comes more from the perspective of the cooperation of Africa with other regions. And in this respect, let me continue the discussion con Cristina Gálvez Figueras. Buenos días. The Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs in Spain. And I would like to ask Cristina, well, how can Africa develop partners, how the partners of Africa, let's say that way, can better support the continental integration in order to accelerate this Africa productive transformation and reduce its extreme dependence on external market and global supply chain? Okamura-san has expressed a very clear point here. The differences are crucial. We cannot just reproduce the way in which operate. Also because we operate now in a certain way, but in the past, we didn't operate in the same way we operate now. So there is an evolution, there is a story, there is a learning process. So what do you think? How the development partners can help?
Muchas gracias, Mario. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this debate, which also is truly interesting because it allows me to reencounter friends and colleagues like Yoshu and Ibrahim from previous responsibilities. Well, I will start now that you mention on how much we should not try to push for same practices in Europe and Africa. But let me make a very clear comment on the outset of my intervention, which is how important it is regional integration, how important it has been for the European Union as a driver of economic transformation. And that's the reason why we welcome Spain and the European Union and commend the launch of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It's a flagship program of the 2063 strategy. Definitely, it's a game changer. It was and it continues to be a game changer for Europe, and there is no doubt it's going to be one for Africa. It has huge potential. It can be based and should be based on sustainable growth, and it's going to be the strategy that produces the jobs for the many millions of African youth that arrive at the job market every year. So no doubt about it, it will make Africa stronger, and we are absolutely committed to it as Spain and as the European Union. A few points in particular in relation to the question you posed to me. First of all, if we look at trade policies, no doubt that we support an open, sustainable, and assertive trade policy. It is the policy that we have had to adapt after COVID, but already to ensure that the flows that north-south and in the north and the intra-south have to be projected. Second, very important for us is that the economic recovery that has to be put in place after COVID has two main pillars. One is green, and the other one is digital. There is a key framework that encompasses both of them, which is inclusiveness. No doubt that these will be the mottos, and I think many of our speakers have already mentioned it. In fact, this is coherent to the European Union policies. Therefore, I think we should build an alliance between us and the African colleagues and friends and leaders, because those are the two pillars for development. Let me also mention that COVID has shown the interconnections, the negative in particular, but also the positive, and has raised questions regarding the right policy mix in terms of external sources of supply and strategic production capacities. For us, the key is open strategic autonomy, which means the right balance between defending our interests and ensuring global engagement. No doubt that we have to monitor the critical value change, and we have to look for new opportunities in new value change. There is also an area I want to mention, which is how can we together shape the global rules for a more sustainable and fair globalization. There is an element here. We have a new leadership in WTO, in fact, an African fantastic leader, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and definitely this should be used as to ensure that we together shape better rules for a more sustainable and fair globalization. I would like to mention the importance of integration. I have already done it at the outset, but the EU offers credible political and technical support. I think that we can ensure that the steps, the more technical steps that need to be taken, get the support from the European Union. We have already deployed expertise, trade facilitations, and expertise in specific areas which have already mentioned, phytosanitary, but pharmaceutical, etc. Let me also underline the importance in triggering the integration between European and African value change. For example, the work on rules of origin, that should be another area of work. The Spanish government calls for the European Union and the African Union to raise its consultative actions and coordinations. We have a summit very soon. I'm sure Kun is going to refer to it. And this is also part of what we are doing in our third Spanish Africa or Plan for Africa, which calls, in addition, for a strong public and private partnerships. Very few additional points because they have already been mentioned, but I think one is key is industrialization. And for that, it would be very important to be able to improve the investment climate. In support of the sub-regional and national authorities, it would be important to reduce the trade barriers. This improvement of the investment climate could be a game changer as well in the process of establishment of the Africa Free Trade Zone in an effective and impactful manner. For example, there are companies in a given country that have difficulties in exporting, and it is easier to set companies in another country. So I think that should be looked at in a decisive way. Energy, it has already been mentioned, but reducing energy costs can be extremely important, and not only reduction of costs per se, but by adopting a clear, sustainable energy policies. Spain is fully engaged. In fact, some of our most important industrial presence in Africa is of energy companies that work in renewables. We think that this is a key sector, fundamental for our sustainable, Africa's sustainable development. Let me also mention human resources. I think supporting the preparation of the youth, training youth, education is critical, and I think the area has to be preparations linked to the needs of the professional sectors. That's why the linkages between industry, economy, and education is fundamental. It has already been mentioned, but I want to underline infrastructures, connectivity. as some of the previous speakers have been underlining, the importance of infrastructures that have been oriented towards export, not towards fostering internal markets, is fundamental. And the EU has to make the financing for these infrastructures clearly linked to the need to develop internal markets. Maybe also reference on how we can support and we should support the transitions that are going to take place in the many areas we have mentioned. And last but not least, we want to see more propositive Africa at the same time as an Africa that appropriates more the initiatives. And we want, as Spain and as the European Union, create the best climate for collaboration and support. This tremendous journey towards full sustainable development that in this case is Spain, but I'm sure and I'm convinced and we are supporting the European Union to do, has to be one of collaboration and support and of listening. This should be the attitude that would lead to the right process of development. Thank you very much, Mario, for the invitation, and I look forward for the debate to continue.
Thank you very much. We have heard different intervention now, starting with the one of Okamura-san, Christina, that are speaking about the link, if we want, between Africa and the perspective of Africa in one end, and what the partner can do. Now, we have a very important partner in this picture, that is the European Union. And for example, in the European Union partnership with Africa, digital transformation is on the top of the priority. And we are here, we have the Director General of the Commission in charge of partnership, among others, with Africa. And therefore, for Mr. Dons, it seems to me that there are many questions, some related with digital transformation, but other that is, in face of the challenges that we have heard, is a question that comes from the public. Has the time come to review the priorities and the focus of a new Africa Union, European Union strategy? Should we reorganize the priority? We refer in particular to social and health protection system in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis, but also to the issues of inequalities. Are they crucial in this perspective? And how do you see this objective related with digital transformation, which is, as I said, a very important point, very often put on the table? The floor is yours, Con.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Mario. And it's really a pleasure to be on this panel with so many friends and acquaintances. And let me just make a few points, because a lot has already been said in the interventions. But maybe the starting point for me is really to stress how, when it comes to defining this Europe-Africa agenda, it is very much something that we must do, and we do in common. I mean, you've referred to the digital work we do, which actually started a few years ago with the creation of a digital economic EU-AU task force. And I stress, and I cannot overstress the importance of this task force, because ultimately the only real way in which we can shape our partnerships is actually through co-creation. And by the way, you will have noticed that not only my Directorate General, but most importantly, the name of my commissioner has changed over time and is now the Commissioner for International Partnerships. We do no longer speak about development cooperation, it's really international partnerships, because we are fundamentally convinced that only through partnership and co-creation we can do it. And listening to Arkebe, to Ibrahim, to Minister Akuzi Yaremye, I think it's very clear why. Whether we look at, let's say, what can be done to absorb or to compensate for, let's say, limited fiscal and monetary tools, or whether we look at a very, let's say, game-changing African agenda on the Continental Free Trade Agreement and the strategic corridors that underlie it, or whether we look at what can be done to create a kind of productive, transformative change at the level of big companies and small and medium-sized companies. One thing is very clear, which is it requires very solid policy planning and coordination. And that both from the perspective of, I would say, strategic depth, where you will need to connect what happens at the continental level, at the regional level, and at the national level, but also at the more granular, let's say, sense of detail that is needed at country by country level. And I think that both Arkeba Ibrahim and the minister have very clearly set it out. So it is an agenda that can only be run, set and defined by our African partners themselves. And what we as partners can bring to the table and want to bring to the table is maybe support, is expertise, but it is very much an African-driven agenda, and it can only be. Now, if we then look at the big, let's say, elements we have on the table for this Europe-Africa partnership, obviously, we are in the process now of preparing our next summit. Should have taken place at the end of last year. Because of COVID-19, it has been postponed. We are looking for a new date, but it's a hazardous exercise because there's a clear feeling, I think, on both sides that we would really want this summit to be a physical one. Now, in the meantime, there's a lot we can do to prepare, and we are having those discussions. And when I zoom in on one of the big issues that would obviously dominate this agenda, which is the recovery post-COVID, it's clear that, and I was very happy to hear in several interventions how important it is that we do this recovery in a way that indeed boosts and reboots the African economy, but in a way that is really future-proof, and therefore that fully embraces ultimately the twin transition of green growth and of digital growth. And these two are absolutely interlinked. And we also think they are really key for the kind of productive transformation that Africa is trying to look at. Obviously, the human development dimension, and this links to your question, Mario, the human development dimension, whether we talk about education, skills, tertiary, TVET, and so on, or the health dimension, are a fundamental part of it. So human development will definitely not be forgotten. It has always been at the core of what we have done together with African partners, but driving this recovery in a way that is green and digital, that embraces the twin transition, is absolutely going to be fundamental. And as we've heard in many interventions, and mostly the one of the minister, obviously, when it comes to the digital transformation, I mean, a lot is happening in Africa. And from this kind of co-creation that we do, I mean, a lot of good can come. Obviously, there are challenges. If we look at, I mean, only 35% of the intermediary cities in Africa are currently connected to broadband fiber networks. So it's not about tampering over the challenges, but I think that it's more important than ever that we also look at the huge potential that we see, the creativity, the activity that exists in the continent. And precisely that's what this joint digital economy task force is looking at from a broad perspective. I mean, looking at affordable broadband, looking at digital skills, both for entrepreneurs and for consumers, looking at what is obviously for us very important, the regulatory environment, so that whatever happens can be done in a way that protects privacy, protects data, and so on. And fourthly, looking at the whole dynamic of e-services and the digital economy. Now, strategizing is one thing, but then action and implementing it, operationalizing things is a second one. And that's why in December last year, we were very happy, together with the African Union, with our member states, with our European development finance institutions, and with the private sector, to launch the Africa branch of our Digital for Development Hub, which precisely brings together all those key players. And that goes way beyond, obviously, when it comes to the public sector, way beyond my domain. It's not just the Directorate General for International Partnerships. We bring on board our Director General for Connectivity and the Digital Agenda. We bring on board our Director General for Research and Innovation. By the way, they also come with their part of the money. And we are now designing with African partners a number of key issues. And we've launched, and I will stop there, 2 big flagship initiatives already. One is an EU-AU data flagship that really focuses on developing the African data economy, because the data generated within Africa should be used, in our view, for the benefit on Africa, which means also looking at robust regulatory frameworks, data infrastructure, and the availability of data professionals. And we would like, with African partners, to really invest in that. The other flagship is the Africa-Europe Digital Innovation Bridge, where we basically connect entrepreneurs. We connect these digital innovation hubs that exist in Africa and that exist in Europe, so as to start bringing these two together and build these digital innovation ecosystems that are so fundamental for thriving digital economy. So a very broad agenda, but if I had to summarize it, it's really about this kind of recovery that embraces the twin transition, but fundamentally starting from a co-creation point of view, so anchored into Africa's own agenda that is very promising, ambitious, and worth pursuing. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Kons. It's very clear this change of logic that take the name of international partnership, and it's very clear this idea of sitting together and defining together what needs to be done and being there to support also the choices of Africa in this respect. Congratulations. I think we have lived in the past completely different approaches, and they didn't turn out to be the most successful. But exactly for this type of discussion that you have introduced, and as the time is my fault, has become, but it's also your very interesting contribution, that obviously I would like just to continue this quick debate. I will not be capable to give the floor to everybody, but let me go back to AfCFTA. AfCFTA, we have discussed of this form of partnership, this form of relation. And therefore, there is a question that comes from the public. How can the new strategic Africa Union and European Union partnership contribute better to support productive investment in Africa? I take the liberty to ask you this question because recently you have written a very interesting and important paper exactly on this subject that was published in Germany and in many other languages, and very soon on the Le Grand Continent. So let me ask you this. How do you see this type of relationship? AfCFTA. The microphone, AfCFTA, we don't hear you. Sorry.
Okay. Now it looks okay. Yeah, this is an important question, and I would like to mention that I concur many of the ideas proposed by Minister Christina and Corinne. And I should mention that Spain is one good example that is now bringing the agenda Europe-Africa to the forefront. In the discussion in Madrid, I learned that Spain is now pursuing a strategy based on the concept that Spain serves as a bridge between Europe and Africa. And this is a well-deserved recognition because if you go to Morocco and look out from Tangier, you could see it's 10 kilometers from Spain. So this is a continent, two continents with geographic proximity and also with historical relationship. So the first thing we need to recognize is there is some movement now, there is some dynamics. And I should mention that Europe as a region is the largest trading partner of Africa up to now. Europe is the major source of FDI up to now, especially France and UK have lion's share. And Europe is also influencing in terms of thinking, especially the green growth path. And in terms of tourism, Africa's major source of tourism is from Europe. So this is one aspect we need to understand. But we also need, in order to improve the relationship, we have to recognize that it's not satisfactory if we review. We have to review the last 50, 60 years, and we can see that there is a need for a paradigm shift. One way, the obvious previous and which has not yet changed is the donor-recipient paradigm, and also Europe or European Union lacked a coherent strategy, and even national governments in Europe, their policy to Africa has been changing. It's short-lived with the change of the governments. So there is a need to have such a revisit of this strategy, but things are moving. I should then bring a second fact. By 2040, among the 4 inhabitants of this planet, 1 will be African. 25% of world's population will be in Africa. This is a huge potential prospect as source of productive capacity or a market, but it can also be a liability. It can also be source of crisis. And Europe is going to be affected by these dynamics. It can benefit from the opportunities, or it can also be affected by the crisis and the challenges, which is obvious. We could see on mass immigration, terrorism, security threats. So having said this, what should be the way forward? My view on this is that we need to develop a new partnership of framework. Before that, I should mention that the fact in terms of FDI flow, for instance, Ethiopia is one good example. In many sectors, European companies still are the leading players. One good example is the brewery industry. Not only the brewery industry, but also the malting industry. So the leading European companies, malting plants, are now investing in Ethiopia, and the large brewery industries, factories have invested from France, Netherlands, UK, all well-known brands. So entirely this industry, the players, 99% are Europeans. Same thing with horticulture. The largest flower company in Ethiopia is European, in Africa actually, more than 15,000. And the whole horticulture industry, 95% is Europeans are key players. This gives us highlight that there is huge opportunity for Europeans, because there is a misperception that Africa is not suitable for investment, or that it's only Asian companies investing in Africa. And it's important to put this in perspective. This is true also in infrastructure, especially green renewable energy. And Ethiopia is one of the examples in terms of renewable energy. So I suggest we have to see the European Union Africa as a project. The European Union was a project. The very initial point was political, but gradually economic became stronger. And Africa can learn a lot from this process, and we have to treat this partnership as a moving dynamics, as a project. So I suggest 4 areas of intervention. One is a shift in paradigm and guiding principle. The principle of mutual respect, the principle of policy independence, respect of decisions by African governments, and changing the dynamics from donor-recipient to a shared growth prospect, and also embrace multilateralism. And Europe is, of course, playing a real role in multilateralism. This is absolutely important because policies are guided by perspectives and views. The second point is the primary focus must be on Africa's economic transformation. Jobs should be the center. Economic diversification should be the focus. Human capital should be the focus. Europe has world-class universities, but they don't interact much with African universities. So skills universities, R&D, is an element within this process. And the third point is a focus on productive investment. With COVID-19, according to UNCTAD's report, the FDI inflow globally has decreased, and Africa will be losing about 35%. It will decrease by 35%. So productive investment is important, especially where jobs could be created, where there is manufacturing and where there is complementarity with agriculture. In the last 10 years, not only from Europe, but globally, Ethiopia has been able to attract $25 billion of FDI. And its productive FDI, 80% has been in manufacturing. So it's not what Africa needs is not just FDI per se, but FDI that would create jobs, that would develop domestic linkages and capability. And African countries should also create a business environment. And we have heard from our sister from Rwanda, Minister, that Rwanda has done some excellent job in improving business environment. But I should emphasize the most important thing is creating an industrial ecosystem. Without an industrial ecosystem, manufacturing or productive capacity cannot be built, cannot be expanded, cannot be retained. And then the final point is European countries should also recognize that Africa should engage with all traditional and new partners, both OECD and emerging. The pie is so big, so Chinese investment should not be discouraged from this continent, or Japanese investment should not be seen as not useful even from European interests. So this is absolutely important. Any finance that finances a railway in Africa is going to be useful for companies to be more competitive. And the same thing, an investment from Japan on geothermal is going to be useful to feed the factories that had invested in Africa. So there is a need for a belief on multilateralism and a recognition that Africa must engage with all traditional and new partners, both OECD and emerging, so that we can convert the crisis into an opportunity and prospect. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you, Archeve. The point is very clear, and it recalls the proposal of Ambassador Manuel Escudero that proposed to have a platform of cooperation with the different partners called by the African Union. And in fact, tomorrow we will have a session of this platform. So I am very happy because the discussion has been very rich, and I have an enormous sense of guilt because the time has passed away so quickly. So I cannot give fully the floor to others, but let me ask Christina, Soraya, and Cons if they have synthetic sentence with whom they would like to close this session. Soraya.
Thank you very much, Mario. And I think that the exchanges really have emphasized one, or the need to continue partnerships between African countries and OECD countries, but based on the new realities that we have on the continent. Our industrialization is key, but it's industrialization, one, respecting really, I would say, the environment, not to commit the mistakes from industrialized countries. Secondly, really the support to Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. We have fragmented markets in Africa. We know it's a decade-long process. We're starting now as CFTA, but the international partners and certainly investors have to not only support, but already start looking at opportunities. And I think we have already multinationals from be it Europe or Japan, already looking at where do I set up my African headquarters to be able to tap into free trade area. But it's important to also work with the local partners and SMEs and make sure that we can bring them to the level where they upgrade the quality of their products to be able to also be part of regional and global value chains. So really on our SMEs, we're working on their competitiveness as we look for the opportunities in AfCFTA. Thank you.
I can't agree more, Soraya. I agree completely on those points. Christina, do you have a sentence for us?
Yes, the sentence is that it's clear from the debate and from the different perspectives that the participants have brought in is that we share the same vision, a vision of inclusive development and a development which leaves no one behind. Second, that we have excellent tools. Free trade, free zone is a fantastic tool. And third is that what we see for pillars of Europe's recovery, such as digitization and green economy, those are essential key pillars for the development in Africa. So with this in mind, and with the specific calls for a strong industrialization, for SME support, and for this inclusiveness vision, I think we are off for necessary, complex, and challenging recovery that the COVID has brought to us in terms of the setbacks that we have been living, but with the conviction that we can prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. And Cons, do you have a sentence for us?
Yeah, one, just do it, like Nike. And I'm saying that because it always strikes me how great a convergence there is on where we should go. But you remember many years ago, there was this famous book about the knowing-doing gap and how smart companies manage to turn knowledge into action. And I think that that's, for me, the thing I would really like to do, is to see, can we now move from knowing to doing and bridge that gap? So my quote is from Nike, just do it.
And maybe before it to Jerry Rubin, that wrote a book, Do It. Anyhow, let me thank all of you. I'm very sorry that I was incapable to stay longer with you to discuss, but it take the opening as usual a longer time, and therefore we tried to catch up, and we did our best because, under my point of view, the results of the discussion has been great. Let me give now the floor to the Minister Cheikh Kanté, dear friend, but I think that we can give you the microphone with a certain already story that appears. It is clear that if we want recovery in the world, Africa needs to be an important locomotive. And as a consequence, we know that there is an agenda on which the session has agreed. It has to deal with productive transformation and partnership for productive transformation. And here comes, therefore, the point that was raised by your president, President Macky Sall, that he recalled to us, yes, if we want to do this beautiful thing, indispensable for Africa, but in reality, indispensable for the recovery in the world, we need also to take care of the financing of policy and the way in which we can ensure the resources to put in place those beautiful, crucial, collective goods that are the policy that Africa has to do. And the financing are not enough. So I leave you the floor. Thank you very much. It has been a passionate discussion, and now we'll be passionate listening to you. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre Cheikh Kanté.
Thank you very much. Minister Cheikh Kanté, you have the floor. Thank you, Mario. I can't thank you enough, actually, because on a daily basis, you have been serving African countries, and you step in very often to help them to ensure that you can accompany the instatement of innovative policies. Mario, I'd like to first and foremost, before moving on to our second session, I wanted to congratulate you on the very rich debate that was held this morning. President Macky Sall is always true to himself, and as a reminder, he'd already laid down the basic tenets of world governance in Dakar with the partners, World Bank, IMF, and so on. There was a theorization of the 7 paradigms of the Dakar Consensus, which are there to bolster the 10 paradigms that make up the Washington Consensus. So the majority of the themes that we've developed today in today's discussion relate to these first paradigms. The first paradigm was focused on the importance of garnering internal resources, domestic resource mobilization, tax revenue, and this is estimated at 450 billion. Now, in that conference in Dakar, President Macky Sall had focused on the strengthening good governance, on strengthening the strategic attractiveness of Africa through FDI. The third postulate was in terms of resilience to external shocks, for example, linked to tourism. These shocks are what are literally gobbling up African budgets. 20%. These are budgets that were initially geared and earmarked for health, education, agriculture. So there will be a whole series of shocks like climate change, climate shocks. Fourth pillar, it was the need to step in and provide funding through win-win partnerships to African economies. I mean, African isn't reaching out its hand for aid. It needs win-win partnerships. And so it was essential, as he reminded us, that we should take into account assets of African countries and factor these into how debts are estimated. And there's also the issue of raw materials being the main source of exports from African countries. And at that conference, we'd also looked at the issue of industrialization. This is something that was that cropped up in the first session's debates. And there's also the world economic order and the changes therein that should enable Africa to step into GVCs and to play a role as one of the engines of world economic growth. Now, these are things that were mentioned, that were linked to the main theme of that conference, which was investing for sustainable recovery. And why did we focus on that? Because we wanted to talk about the shape that we could give to our vision for Africa in the 2063 agenda. There's the issue of the production transformation. This is a learning process that is based on different means by which Africa can really get more market shares, but within the free trade agreements intra-Africa. You've got to remember that we had a 4.2% growth. That was the second growth engine in the world after Asia. This was pulled up by demand, by internal demand, essentially. And so this is going to be one of the keys which will enable Africa to shake off the shackles that it was under. Now, there are a number of ideas that were brought to bear by the panelists in your session, Mario. Ideas that relate to managing the mega trends that are at play in the world today, to be able to really seize the opportunity of the productive transformation. These trends are things like the demographic trends, globalization, industrialization, climate change. But another sector was not really mentioned in that session, and that's the informal economy. 70% of our internal revenues is lost because of the informal sector. That's not factored into the GDP. And in that informal sector, it's mainly young people and women to the tune of 94%. So there is this issue with the informal economy. And in fact, this is something that was discussed at the OECD. There's, various definitions being bandied about, whether it's by the EU, the ILO, OECD. But there was a consensus on an overall definition of the informal economy. And that is that it's a economic or revenue that's garnered within a household, but that's not factored into the national statistics of a country in terms of output. Then there's the issue of infrastructure in terms of internal productivity and external productivity. The issue of energy is of the essence, as was recalled by the Japanese minister. All of these ideas were brought to bear in the first session. And so all of this should enable us to come up with planning strategies which will ensure that Africa can become a truly global player. Now we're going to look at how we can fund and finance that inclusive growth post-COVID in terms of the African recovery. And the COVID crisis weakened the African development models because it hit where it hurt most, and that's the issue of resources. If you think about the period 2010 to 2018, African revenue had gone down. It had already plummeted in terms of outside financial flows and internal resources. The Secretary General of the OECD talked about this right at the beginning of his speech. Initially, we had an estimate of $354 per capita, where other countries are in the thousands. Asian countries, Asian developing countries, are at $1,340, and developed countries, it's 15,000. So if you look at the statistics produced by the OECD, we're going to see a fall of 10%, 45% drop in investments. We need to find a solution to help these African countries to bounce back after the crisis. Now, thankfully, in the terms in the plans related to recovery, there's convergence around the importance of agriculture, health. This is essential because it's the SMEs that really pull up economic growth. So to be able to discuss these issues today in more detail and in more depth, we're going to listen to a number of experts that will lay down the groundwork for our debate and come up with appropriate solutions. So we're going to hear Abebe Aimro Selassie, who's the director of the Africa Department of the IMF. We have Bongiwe Kunene. She is the general director of the Banking Association South Africa. We have Jean-Hervé Lorenzi. He's also actually took part in elaborating the Dakar Consensus, and he's the president of the Circle of Economists. We have the Mr. Macheka, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development of Botswana, and the Special Envoy for the African Union, Tidjane Thiam. These experts are going to be able to enlighten us on some of these very important themes. So we also have Monsieur Rémi Rioux from the French Development Agency. Now, in a real case scenario, how can the AfD step in to help African countries deal with their productive transformation such that they can respond to the needs outlined in the 2063 agenda. Well, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Minister, for these words of introduction. It's always nice to see so many friendly faces in this virtual space that we're occupying right now. Congratulations to the African Union, to the OECD, to the Republic of Senegal for organizing this important event. It's important, of course, because the COVID pandemic has really highlighted the pillars of our economies, of our societies, has really highlighted whether or not they're strong or weak and how capable they will be of bouncing back. Now, I can come back to the role of France, to Europe, to see in that context. But in terms of Africa, we've been looking at issues of structural foundations of economies. We've talked about the primary sector. We've talked about the importance of agriculture, the importance of industrialization. This has been something that's at the heart of debates for a long time. And we've talked about the fragmentation that is still real today, which means that there are disruptions between markets, whether it's the labor market or other markets where there's a lack of competitiveness, for example. We know that this issue of fragmented markets we know the kind of progress that could be drawn, or the economic growth that could be garnered through more regional integration. And of course, you've highlighted the importance of financing, and there's a lack of financing, which is having a very heavy impact. And I'm sure the delegate from the IMF will relate to this, will debate this in more detail. And there's, of course, all this. All of these factors where we have to have a double-pronged approach. Firstly, we have to change the prism through which we look at things. We have to, remove our glasses and wear a new pair of glasses, because what I've been saying right now has been slightly repetitive in what. And again, we should also think about how we can move to another stage and how we can do that faster. And you know that we have these publications that are Africa-wide, and we tend to look at the various sub-regional engines of growth, the types of trends that have been going on, and what you see, and what we see, and the OECD knows this, the UNCTAD has reiterated it as well. There's fragmented evolution of the sector service. We've talked about the importance of digitalization, of industrialization. These are cropping up in different regions of Africa. And so you should need encouragement. And we also know, you know this, Minister, that you know that in Senegal, but in Africa as well, the COVID-19 crisis has really highlighted the structural weaknesses, but also the strengths, notably the more robust nature of the health system, much more robust than we may have thought at the outset when the crisis hit. But these still need strengthening nonetheless. And so we have a number of projects at the AfD which are focused on moving in this direction in terms of the trade wars. We're trying to look at peace, commercial peace, growth.
And let me remind you that President Macron and all of the African heads of state and other guests, all of whom signed up to a statement on the 18th of April last year to answer the expectations of Jamelia and the African Union of preparing a summit on the financing of African economies, and that's going to be on the 18th of May. And the idea is to bring about the right sort of response. So, given what's been done and given what's facing us in terms of the crisis, I think we have to see, and that's certainly what we're doing here at the AfD, the French Development Agency, we have to be on the offensive and perhaps move away from the way we've been approaching sustainable development, climate issues. We've tended to say that Africa was facing so many difficulties that perhaps we should move on. But here we're talking about climate co-beneficiaries in our concept, the AS agency. And if we take a look at what's been happening, we can see that year after year, we have actually gone beyond the co-benefits of the climate in the approach. Africa has been pursuing what it has to do in the context of Agenda 2063. And I think this is showing that it's possible and certainly desirable to leapfrog in this way, to move towards the Dakar consensus and to seek green solidarity-based consensus where Africa is not going to be seen or going to be looked down on, certainly far from it. It'll be at the very forefront of a global movement, which is basically what we're seeing now in the context of the crisis, where we're seeing a total transformation of all of our economies. We're going to be talking about financial systems as well. And there'll be plenty of opportunities for us to have these sort of discussions. You know that we will have to talk about the journeys, financial journeys of quite a lot of the African countries. Debt restructuring, conditionality was the term used in the past, and the sort of reforms that are going to be required, and they'll be very different from what has been done in the past. And I think Kristalina Georgieva has said this recently. We'll have to make sure that we move towards this structural transformation and sustainable development in the journeys that remain to be defined. We, at our agency, we've got all sorts of simulation tools, macroeconomic tools that take a look at the structural side of things, the question of sustainability. We've got support programs for a lot of countries who we involve in these discussions. There are trade agreements. Embassy is in a very strategic position now, and I believe that the intention there is similar to what is being done elsewhere, is to link these sort of developments to sustainable development. There are discussions between the AU and the EU, and they're going to be pursued, as Koundounz was saying. And I think they'll all show this new dimension where Africa is perhaps going to be the place where we'll see these new models being invented, these new models for development. Thank you.
Monsieur le Ministre, je vous rends la parole.
I am giving you the floor back, Minister.
Alors, j'ai remercié M. Roux tout à l'heure pour son engagement.
Thank you. We're talking about the need to accompany Africa in its transformation. And I was going to say that I was going to talk. We'll turn now to Mr. Selassie from the IMF. Recently, there was an official trip to Senegal by representatives from the IMF. The interpreters apologize, but there is a problem with the sound quality currently. Director, could you perhaps tell us about what's been happening and what sort of involvement there's going to be on the part of the Minister of Finance of the countries concerned? Thank you, Minister. You know that my French is not great, so I will be speaking in English if you don't mind.
Thank you so much for the invitation and wonderful discussion that I've been listening to. So I want to make a couple of general points first. I mean, in particular, actually 3 points that I would like to make. First one is about the difficult juncture that we find ourselves, our countries find themselves in, and how we got there. Second, what the risks are of this difficult juncture not being addressed as forcefully as possible by the international community, but first and foremost, of course, by countries in themselves. And then lastly, what it will take to move forward and address many of the challenges that previous speakers have spoken on. Firstly, on what explains the difficult juncture that at least macroeconomically countries find themselves in at the moment. I think it's fair to say that even before the crisis, there was quite a bit of strain on macroeconomic balances in the vast majority of countries in the region, it reflects really as much progress that has been made as it does policy weaknesses. The progress I speak about here, of course, is the fact that over the last 10, 15 years, countries have done a tremendous amount to invest in infrastructure services, importantly also improve health development outcomes. And I think, the improvements in those dimensions have been tremendous in the region over the last 20, 25 years across the board, really, but, notably in some countries. But this was largely financed not so much by revenue mobilization domestically, but by borrowing, both domestically and externally and on commercial terms, so with relatively hefty interest rates. And this tension really explains why, even before the crisis, macroeconomic balances were under some strain. Now, the very fundamental aspect of being a developing country, the developing states, as this audience, this group knows very well, is that countries' ability to capture the rate of return on investments is generally very weak. I mean, it goes back to the social contract being weak, and revenue, which explains, of course, why revenue to GDP ratios in the vast majority of countries in the region are between 10 and 15%. And with this level of revenue, it generally is, necessary for countries to rely on more concessional type financing or grant type financing to address their development objectives. But what in fact happened between the early 2000s and the advent of COVID really was that official development assistance was declining as a ratio to GDP for most countries, even in per capita terms. We also were seeing a period where concessional financing was sharply declining, and it's this gap, this unavailability, what caused countries to go out and rely on more commercial forms of financing to address their development objectives. So I think that explains where we were in 2019. And of course, COVID has come and impacted countries tremendously. It's impacting revenue collection trajectory, the path for output, of course, and has caused countries to spend more to address health needs, to maintain livelihoods. So it's no wonder that some countries are facing quite acute difficulties in servicing debt and the like. In the wake of this, of course, the response, and Minister Kante, to answer your question directly, what has been needed really is a very, very strong response by the international community. The IMF, our raison d'etre is to help sovereigns that are facing exactly instances like this. And of course, we've done everything that we can to provide financing to create fiscal space in the near term that will allow countries to maintain lives and livelihoods. That's what explains the, as you noted, tenfold increase in support to the region for Africa of the order of $30 billion last year, which compares about $3 billion or so annually in the years before that. So in this emergency phase, what the premium really has to be to support countries with emergency financing and to create fiscal space. Of course, the other way of creating fiscal space is creating mechanisms to have debt standstills, which of course have the benefit of creating fiscal space so countries can address the emergency. But I think, we are now towards the end of that process and need to instead be thinking about what the medium-term financing needs countries have at this juncture are. Again, I think the key ingredients for addressing the financing needs countries have, which really are very tremendous, are going to be twofold. First and foremost, there has to be a much greater effort on domestic revenue mobilization than was the case in the pre-crisis period. Okay. Development needs have not attenuated any. If anything, they've increased in the post-COVID environment, and no amount of external borrowing is going to help fill the gap. So there has to be a much greater domestic revenue mobilization effort. But this, importantly, has to also be complemented with significantly scaled up concessional financing by the international community. Okay. I cannot underscore this point more, how important this is going to be to allow countries to enjoy a strong recovery, much less, one that's going to address a lot of the development agenda countries have in terms of greening the economy, fostering a better digital environment. This will all take financing, and the international community is going to have to play a much greater role by way of providing official development assistance, lots of concessional loans. That has been the case over the last 10, 15 years, including international financial institutions like the IMF, of course. Again, I want to stress here, though, that the solution to our countries adopting the transformative reform agenda that they need is not just about financing, but really as much domestic reforms. In addition to domestic revenue mobilization, it will be imperative to find labor-intensive growth models, which of course Minister AfCFTA touched on earlier. The industrialization agenda, promoting agriculture, are all going to have to be a big part of how we get people out of poverty in our countries. Last but not least, also, I want to underscore the importance of governance reforms and better public finance management. Again, there's going to be a premium on ensuring that the limited resources countries have are used as efficiently and effectively as possible. Now, I want to finish by making my third point, which is, why does this all matter? Why Africa needs to be, a particular focus on Africa is needed. I think Minister AfCFTA touched on it earlier, and this group knows very well, but I cannot emphasize enough how the demographic transition that's underway in the region is going to be shaping global social and development outcomes and economic outcomes in the coming years. The more we invest now, the more we are going to have a chance to influence the trajectory and the quality of the demographic dividend that Africa will be and the rest of the world will be able to enjoy. In 10 years, in the early 2030s, half of the increase in the global labor force, will come from sub-Saharan Africa, and about 60% from Africa as a whole. Okay, so we are going to be in a situation where 1 in 2 new entrants into the labor market in 10 years are going to be African, and this at the same time where the rest of the world population is aging drastically. What we know, of course, historically, is how important labor and capital have been in facilitating the global surge in growth that we've seen over the last 200-300 years. And, given how much globally we are going to be relying on African labor going forward, in making sure and investing and ensuring that the human capital investment that needs to take place do take place, avoid the adoption of browner technologies in the terms of energy generation that Africa is going to be doing, the urbanization that needs to take place, making sure that it's an organized one. I think I cannot think of a better strategic investment for the international community than addressing those challenges. So I don't want to belabor the point too much, and we'll stop here. Thank you so much, Monsieur le Ministre. Je ne vous entends pas.
Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais remercier Monsieur Abebe pour ses...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for shedding light on this point. We're talking about the Dakar consensus perimeter. When you're talking about a low yield, the capital cost is very high, and it's linked also to the perception of the risk. This creates a situation that destabilizes things. Talking about internal profitability, I'd like to ask the other speakers to stick to the allotted time of 4 minutes. I'd like to give the floor now to Ms. Kunene. You know that private creditors make up a significant part of the African debt, 39%. So, what can be done in order to improve flexibility as regards the renegotiation of the African debt? You have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this premier African event. It is always a pleasure for the banks to address the community at large, including those who are governing the environments where we work. So in terms of the promise of private funding for economic growth in Africa, historically, as Mr. Abebe has said, we saw in the early 2000s that the participation of private funders made sure that the preparation in each of the countries and the benchmarking exercise for our corporates against sovereigns and the discipline in terms of fiscal expenditure and budget management meant that there is a new opportunity that was given to African economies. We do acknowledge that we've come across a lingering dissatisfaction with the rating agency's view of our economies. And it has been muted in some conversations that there's a potential for a BRICS rating agency. For African banks, Chair, I would just like to highlight a few issues. Firstly, the opportunity for participation in infrastructure funding in our economies at a price which is acceptable to buyers of our services. As Abebe has said, that is in commercial terms. That was really attractive because it meant that through competition, we are able to learn from each other. And we've had to develop a lot of expertise and tools for our engagement. So we are now here, maybe almost 20 years later, where we are talking about tools for engaging private creditors in debt standstill resolutions. What is important for us, I would state firstly, is transparency. and the need to acknowledge that African banks have historically not been a part of such debt resolution standstills. Therefore, we do have a concern which we think is legitimate in terms of the ability of our balance sheets to absorb more debt in this way. While we acknowledge that the G20 initiative has been a great step in giving us a first answer, we believe that we should be talking now of a need for differentiation between the African banks and the rest of the creditors. In this regard, Chair, I would like to highlight the role of the African Development Bank, if it could be given sufficient space at the table to be the voice of African negotiation, because it is an institution that would know African institutions better. I want to highlight also the role of gross private savings in the African context. We do want to say that it is important for everyone who is helping African institutions to look at the question of domestic resource mobilization. The quoted statistics on tax collection in Africa, I will not restate it, save to emphasize that it is also important to look at fairness in terms of the trade negotiations that we have, in terms of enabling African governments to collect taxes that are due to economic activities that happen in African soil. I also would like to comment on the silver lining that's been given to us in terms of digital journeys by COVID-19. What we have seen, Chair, is a very fast pace in the space of payment platforms, whether you are talking of consumer to consumer, business to business, but also importantly for government to consumers. If I can make an example of what has happened in South Africa, the banks have been pivotal in the development of simple yet effective minimum cost solutions for distribution of funding, whether it is in the form of grants or in the form of loans that have supported what government wants to do. On the longer term credit solution for SMEs, Chair, I think we still have an issue because the credit models that we work with, whether you are even including the behavioral scorecards and the scoring that we work with, we haven't had a lot of success when it comes to better targeting of youth and women-owned businesses. So to be short, Chair, I think what we need support on is de-risking instruments and also making sure that these youth-owned and women-owned businesses are integrated into the value chains and in the ecosystems of companies and businesses that are at the economic centers that we have in Africa. And I would like us to maybe ponder on the role of economic regulation, because we have seen how that has been a point of growth and a point of support for other economies in the world. If we could see how that could be used in the African continent to further the aims of supporting our SMEs. And I will take questions, Chair. Let me end here so that I spend my allocated time meaningfully. Thank you.
Merci, Madame, pour cet éclairage.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor now to Jana Thiam, who is the Special Envoy from the African Union, who's going through an incredibly hefty workload. So, the financial markets represent important sources to fund growth. How could you improve access to financial markets from the standpoint of African countries, especially when you think about the fact that in some countries of the world you have zero or negative rates, whereas in Africa these rates seem to be ever increasing? So, as the special envoy from the African Union, what kind of solutions could you come up with which would enable African players to have access to these markets? Well, thank you for your warm welcome here. And I'd like to apologize as well, because I'm going to have to leave the meeting, unfortunately, in 10 minutes, because I've got a back-to-back meeting with investors from New York, and I really can't make them wait. I'm very, very sorry about that. I wanted to thank Macky Sall for having organized this platform, as well as the OECD and the African Union. And if you will allow me, I'll move into English now, because I think that there are a majority of players who are English speakers.
Again, say hello to my dear friends on the panel, Rémi, Ryu, Abebe, salute, and Jean-Hervé, and also all the other panelists. What I'm going to say may be a bit surprising, but actually the global context is very positive. As you said, Minister, interest rates are practically zero. We have a level of stimulus in the world economy that is unprecedented in its scale. The world has simply never dealt with such an infusion of resources and liquidity over such a short period of time. So where I'm going with that is that it's actually very risky for Africa. We're really at a risk of a major divergence in the world between developed economies that are bouncing back very strongly, very rapidly, vaccinating their population, and the challenges in Africa. So we are working very hard to address the short-term challenges. And again, I'd like to salute the IMF and the AfD and all those who are helping us deal with this current predicament. But I just want to make a long-term point. And it's my belief that there can be no successful economy without strong domestic companies. And I'm going to go a little bit in the direction of Abebe on his domestic resource mobilization. I have run 2 Fortune 500 companies as a CEO, which had very little activity in Africa. I opened Prudential Africa when I was CEO of Prudential. It took me about 5 years of work to get to that point. When international companies look at any part of the world, it's not unique to Africa, any country, they look at the domestic economy. Are there local firms, born there, native of that country, but are growing and doing well? And as an international businessman, if I don't see in a given country that happening, I'm simply not going to invest. Unless I'm in an extractive industry where I don't really care about what happens in that domestic economy. So it is not possible to overemphasize the need to grow and develop domestic firms. Because if, as an international investor, I think that people born in the country who speak the language, who know the culture, cannot be successful, I will never believe as a foreign company that I'm going to be successful. So the effort to attract foreign capital is exactly the same thing as the effort to develop domestic champions and successful entrepreneurs. It may sound simple, but it's a question of focus. The best thing a government can do to attract foreign investment is to ensure that they have successful domestic companies. The foreign investment will come if you ensure that. So the causality often is taken in the wrong direction. If the government cannot produce that outcome, the international business people will not trust that government. They will not trust that environment. And at the end of the day, the single most important thing for capital movement is trust. Capital flows where it can trust the environment and have a visibility on the environment. So again, you look at any economy, whether it's the United States in the 19th century, the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, the Mellons, the Carnegies, the JP Morgans, they all appeared in the 19th century. You look at China, I've been following China since 1984, the first time I went there. China has been developed by its entrepreneurs. There is an incredible class of entrepreneurs in every single sector who have been incredibly successful in driving the economy forward, creating jobs. I think all the remarks made on demography and the youth of Africa are absolutely correct. Like many people, I don't like this word informal because it's really not a good word. Every company in the world, whether it's Netflix today, or Google, or Microsoft, was informal. When Bill Gates created Microsoft with his friend in his garage, it was an informal company. There's not a single company in the world that has not started as a small thing. And the only way to get great companies is to have successful small companies. So I'm sorry for insisting. I'm coming here with my very private sector focus, but it's a message I think that we just keep repeating because it's really the answer to a lot of this. And just a final point on that, it's also that I think Mrs. Bonki-Kunene emphasized that it's to develop companies, what you need is equity, not loans. Loans are not the right financing instrument for small businesses. There is somebody who's now gotten quite a profile. I think it's Shola Akinlade. He created a company in Nigeria, a payment company, 5 years ago. He sold it to Stripe repeatedly for $200 million in 5 years. Now, the interesting thing is that he started his company with $100,000 of equity. The incredible thing is it's a Californian venture capitalist who gave him that $100,000. They found him in Nigeria. Shola had never left Nigeria, and they invested in him. So it's really vital, and I've spoken a lot about this with Kuhn and the European Union. It's really vital that we have instruments that can actually do what the venture capitalists do in the US economy or private equity players, provide equity to those businesses. Small growing businesses should not get into debt, because then when there is a shock, like we have with COVID or we have a recession, the casualty rate is very, 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 very high. So, and a final word on the digital infrastructure. It was interesting. Jeff Bezos was giving a speech recently, and he was saying that without the infrastructure, Amazon wouldn't exist. And I think that's correct. So one thing where authorities can really help us and help the private sector immensely is by putting in place that digital infrastructure. Africans don't need to be given ideas. They don't need to be given determination. They don't need to be given courage. They just need to be given an environment where they can give the best of their abilities, which are immense. I passionately believe that as an African. And I think that that's really where the effort must focus, creating that infrastructure, that environment that will allow Africa to thrive. But in spite of all the clouds on the horizon, I'm optimistic. There is a lot of money in the world. Look at the SPACs. SPACs have raised $45 billion in 6 weeks this year. There's a lot of money in the world. If we manage to create such an environment, and if we manage to develop successful domestic African companies, I think that then Abebe's mobilization resources will be easier, because the more successful, the more profitable, the more companies we have, the more it will be, the easier it will be to collect taxes and then invest in fighting poverty, invest in education, water, climate, all those things we need to do. But we need to take things in the right sequence. So, Minister, thank you for your patience. I will pause here and again ask for your indulgence, because I'm going to have to step.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Well, seeing as you're in a major hurry, I hope that we'll have the opportunity to talk about what you said, which really covered a number of very important points and really went back over the various paradigms that we set out in the Dakar Consensus. It's totally true what you said. If Africa wants to benefit from 0% rates, we need to do what we actually already decided, Axis 1 of the Dakar Consensus. Domestic resource mobilization is of the essence, and that will lay down the groundwork for the kind of environment that you were relating to, which will ensure a virtuous cycle of good governance on the one hand and attracting foreign direct investments on the other. And so it's really essential for the African private sector to align itself to the priorities and the values of African countries. This is really an essential step. It's part and parcel of what we can do to ensure the productive transformation. Yes, of course, there's behavioral economics. And of course, there is the importance of a country maintaining its market shares to be able to step in as an African country to the global value chains. I'd like to give the floor now to Jean-Hervé Lorenzi, who is an African in his soul, who really was heavily involved in the elaboration of the Dakar Consensus, and he actually produced a paper, to our delight and great satisfaction, on the development of a ratings agency. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you, first and foremost, for allowing me to speak here today in this event that's been co-organized by the OECD, by the Development Center. I'm the spokesperson of the Economist Circle, and I'm happy to be here with you. I'm really, yes, I do feel fully aligned to the Dakar Consensus. I think it's an intellectual convergence that kind of prefigures, if I may say so, the future relations between Africa and other countries or continents in the world that can enable us to really review and streamline our relations with Europe. Yes, you talked about pillars 1 and 2 of the Dakar Consensus. We've got the issue of governance, and I think we all agree on the importance of instating good governance, the issue of the debt and the link between debt and productive investments. And then you have to have more inclusive growth. You talked about 17.2% of GDP on average for tax revenue in Africa. Now, that's clearly insufficient. So that is, of course, also of the essence. Now, as an economist, perhaps I could think about or make you think about a couple of more provocative approaches, but I hope they won't shock you. It's just really as food for thought. The issue of debt and rating. Debt is a worldwide scourge. And when we were talking in Dakar and we were a year later discussing these issues under the auspices of Mario, we had another debate around Dakar. At the time, the world was one in which people perceived debt as a necessary evil. And then we had the world plunged into crisis, and I don't see one single country in the OECD membership today, apart from some of those very frugal Northern European countries where the populations are quite small. I don't see any OECD country today thinking about debt in terms of a crime against economy. It's true now that debt has been reinterpreted in light of the crisis in many countries. And so in the years to come, I think it'll be essential to rethink how we relate to debt and how notably debt can be managed by a number of African countries to re-inject or to ensure that these countries can step back onto the path of growth. We have to think about ensuring growth for Africa, and indeed the African growth rates were high before the crisis hit, 4.5%. But we need to ensure that we can step out of recession. We know what recession is. We've known recession in Europe. We went through recession in the US. Only China hasn't had to undergo this kind of recession. And so in that context, it's essential to think about the issue of growth in the past and the perception of path in the future. And indeed, I'd like to put forward 3 ideas here. They may seem a little quirky, but the Development Center at the OECD and the Republic of Senegal that's actually really responsible for setting up this Dakar consensus, I'm sure that they'll be fully ready to discuss them.
First of all, I think that a debt moratorium that's been in existence for a few months now should not only be extended, but also that there should be a fixed date and rule. The moratorium should stop once the African economies have returned to the level of growth that they had before the COVID crisis, and also taking account of the potential growth that they should have had, in other words, the plus 4% in the period 2020-2021, which gives us a figure of around about 15%. So 15% growth in Africa. And until we get there, I think it's legitimate, because we do it for the rest of the world, that the debt moratorium should be maintained. I think that this figure of 15% is a reasonable one. Secondly, you asked me this question, and I can say that we've been wondering about it in the context of Article 6 that President Macky Sall was behind. The argument was that the rating was something that made excessive play of the risk of investment in Africa. Now, I would agree with everything that's been said, particularly by my friend Thiam, as regards the general climate, creation of business and so on. But, as with anything human, risk is subjective. And I think there's been an excessive increase in the investment risk for Africa. Let me say that the risk is excessive in terms of the figures. If I take a look at the level of the increase in funding of startups in Africa, it was plus 40% in 2020 as compared to the previous year, 2019. Now, if there'd been so much risk, there wouldn't have been as much investment in startups. So everything's entirely subjective in this. And this brings me to 2 things worth examining. The idea that we should work for the coming years on these issues. And the first is that we should create an international rating agency for Africa that would involve the major international institutions. They say, quite rightly, that they are in favor of the return to growth in Africa. And clearly, it's in the interests of humanity at large. And in 2040, 25% of the people on the earth will be African. So let's imagine what has to be done in this context. Secondly, I'm proposing this rating agency that would draw not just the international institutions into it, IMF, World Bank, and so on, but the large African development banks as well. They, after all, are familiar with the possibilities that exist for anyone investing in Africa. And the rating agency would work closely with the other rating agencies, the major ones that exist. But, as you know, I think that their view is an excessively negative one of risk in Africa. It's not entirely fair in its approach. So if we've got an international rating agency for Africa, it would give us more reasonable figures, and I think in this way we will be able to make more positive progress. And then I have A third idea, because this in itself is not enough, and that's why I'm suggesting another idea, together with the World Bank and the other international institutions and all of the countries that finance investment in Africa. I think even most of the G20 countries, the OECD, my friend Mario, obviously, Europe, all investing in Africa. And I'm proposing that, aside from these investments that are already there, we should create an agency or a structure to increase loans. It would be an agency that would give a guarantee which would encourage the improvement of the rating. It would improve the rating that was given anyhow. Some years back, we saw that in the context of investments in developed countries. Many of such structures turned out to be very effective. The 2008 crisis called this sort of setup into question, perhaps because they were over-challenged, but it would be a monoline approach just for Africa, involving the international institutions and the countries that invest in Africa. And I think in this way it would be possible, together with what I was saying about the rating agency, would make it possible to improve the conditions which allow us to assess the investment risk in Africa. So let me summarize. The debt servicing is pushed back for several years to come, because before we get to 15%, it's going to take quite a while. Secondly, a rating agency is to be created, a new one, which is there just to give a fairer, more equitable assessment of investment in Africa. And thirdly, I'm proposing that there be a structure created to increase credit, in other words, to encourage or guarantee, provide additional guarantees as regards investments in Africa. And this would contribute to an improvement of the rating. Obviously, my time is limited, so I can't really go into too much detail. Perhaps I could come back at some future point. As regards the financial markets in Africa, there's a lot that's been done, but there's more that could be done to accelerate things. But my first point is really to do with rating. I think it's a problem that can be solved quickly, but we have to invent the right structures. And we must make sure that our actions speak louder than words. Again, I think what you were saying confirms what has already been said as regards the approach to the debt issue. You're talking about growth, and we're talking about the ability to provide enough in the way of goods and services to people through restructuring of the economic setups. Every 10 years, it would be necessary to have this 15% level attained. There is interference on the line, which is making it very difficult for the interpreters once again. I think that in the light of the COVID crisis, it's legitimate to see what needs to be done as regards improving tax systems inter alia to lead to the right sort of economic restructuring. I'd like to give the floor to the representative of the Minister of Finance for Botswana, who cannot be with us because he's presenting the budget to the Assembly. I think it'll be interesting to hear from Botswana because of the very low debt rate of just over 14% of GDP in 2019. But in terms of revenue mobilization, the figure's gone down, 17.11% in 2008, and now just over 12%. Can you explain to us how you managed to deal with this? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And let me pass on the apologies of the Minister, who, as you mentioned, has been called to Parliament. He's not presenting the budget speech. He did that a couple of weeks ago. But today he's responding to comments and questions from MPs on the budget speech. So, yes, we do have a somewhat unusual situation here in Botswana with regard to domestic revenues. But I should point out that actually total government revenues, fiscal revenues, are rather high. So on average, the ratio of fiscal revenues to GDP is in the range of 30 to 40% in Botswana. So we do have high revenues, although they are on a downward trend. Our challenge is that many of those revenues come from external sources, and in particular, from the taxation of diamond exports and from transfers from the Southern African Customs Union, which we share with South Africa, Namibia, Eswatini, and Lesotho. So roughly 65% of total revenues have come from external sources, and only about 35% have come from domestic revenue sources. And those are the figures that I think you refer to. So our domestic revenues from taxation and other charges have been relatively low. So this clearly is not a favorable situation in the long term. We're very dependent on these external revenues, and for one reason or another, which I won't go into, they are on a long-term downward structural trend. So we do have the challenge of increasing domestic revenue mobilization. So we've done a number of actions, which I will describe briefly to you, to improve domestic revenues. Firstly, we're in the process of, the Revenue Authority is in the process of undertaking a tax gap study to highlight where revenues fall below the expected levels. This is particularly the case with value-added tax, which doesn't bring in the sorts of revenues that we would expect given the tax rate. We're looking at making tax collection more efficient by reducing tax leakages and improving compliance. We're looking at broadening the application of some taxes and also at introducing new taxes and raising some tax rates. And I'll describe those briefly. So, for instance, with value-added tax, which does not bring in the revenues we expect, a lot of that is due to widespread use of cash and the non-declaration of taxable transactions to the Revenue Authority. So we're looking at using, again, as part of the digital transition, of shifting towards digital processes for tax compliance, introducing electronic billing machines linked directly between merchants and the Revenue Authority. And we may also look at introducing limits on the use of cash for payments transactions. We also have, the Revenue Authority has, from May last year, introduced a new IT system, which generally makes payment of taxes and filing of returns more efficient. One of the areas where we think taxes have unexploited potential is property taxes. Our property tax rates are quite low and only apply in certain urban areas. And we're looking at broadening the scope of property taxes to include commercial and residential property throughout the country, and also at increasing property tax rates. At the moment, the property tax rates are quite low. And this has the advantage that property taxes are difficult to evade, and also the burden falls mainly on the better off. Unfortunately, We have also found it necessary to increase the VAT rates from April the 1st this year. But we are starting from the point of having one of the lowest VAT rates in Africa. Currently, VAT is 12%. So even with an increase to 14%, it will remain relatively low by the standards of sub-Saharan Africa. Finally, we are introducing new taxes which are intended to change the structure of production and consumption decisions in a more positive direction. And these include taxes that have been implemented in other countries. So there's some experience. We're starting with a tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. Some people call it a sugar tax, but this is really to help address the problems of diabetes and other non-communicable diseases. Of course, the tax will be combined with improved public health education. We're introducing a small levy on plastic bags to reduce consumption and environmental degradation. We are increasing the taxation of fuel, of petrol and diesel, and this is partly to reduce consumption and pollution and to raise funds for road maintenance, but also as part of what may be seen as the strategy to reduce CO2 emissions. Beyond the tax on fuel, we're also looking at the feasibility of introducing a broader carbon tax. We're at the moment in technical discussions with the World Bank to look at ways of introducing a carbon tax, and that would incentivize the reduction of CO2 emissions and better enable Botswana to meet its obligations under the COP21 Paris climate change agreement. And we're also looking at raising some of the fees and charges for the provision of public services to promote cost recovery. Now, I know that, of course, raising taxes is never popular, and particularly in the middle of a crisis and the pandemic, one might say that it's not the right time. On the other hand, during a crisis, you can do things that you might not be able to do at other times. But nevertheless, these tax increases will be gradual so as not to impose too much of a burden on the economy. I should finally mention that we are benefiting in terms of improving tax collection and the design of the tax system, benefiting from extensive technical support from the African Tax Administrators Forum, from the IMF Fiscal Affairs Department, from AfriTax South, and from the World Bank. So we're making use of the available technical expertise, which we're finding is being very, very generously and freely offered, which is helping us to make these changes in the most effective way. Mr. Chairman, let me stop there and looking forward to further discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all these really interesting highlights that gave us an idea of how you've instated or increased your tax revenue in Botswana. I'm sure that we'll have the opportunity to discuss this at a later stage. Now, we have taken up too much time, and the interpreters may have to leave us. And so I just wanted to say that I'm very happy today that Senegal has hosted this conference. We would have loved to see everybody physically. Physically first, hybrid second, but in view of COVID, etc., we were obliged to organize this conference in a completely virtual format. Now, I'm delighted to have been able to discuss with you these various issues, these topics that really, once again, focus on the central pillars that occupy us: inclusive growth, production transformation, and how to finance this through SLIGAF, notably. We've heard the various specialists, the key partners to success, and the recipes that you have to instate for success. The mega trends that are linked to demographic changes, climate change, globalization, the importance of infrastructure, the importance of human capital and training notably. And it's in this light that we'll be able to, and it's only by taking all of this into account that we'll be able to implement the 2063 agenda. And the kind of Africa we wish is an Africa that is prosperous through inclusive, sustainable, and lasting growth, and an integrated Africa in light of the African Renaissance and Pan-African values. An Africa where we can draw on good governance, on democratic principles, on an Africa where human rights are respected, where we have shared values and cultural heritage, and an Africa where this inclusive growth is going to be instated by the populations, by its people, and of course an Africa that as a continent is fully and part and parcel of global value change. Now, I couldn't close without thanking once again President Macky Sall, who has ensured that we could organize everything to the best of our capacity. And I wanted to thank Mario. I cannot thank him enough. The words fail me. And he's always there at the service of African countries, based on functional, pragmatic planning and modernizing and overhauling Africa such that we can really make the most of engines of growth. I'd like to thank the whole team, all of the people who have been involved, Bakary Traoré, Mrs. Lopez. Now, the time that we have before us has elapsed, unfortunately, and so I will now give the floor back to those who will deal with the closing remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Minister,
Excellency, and to all of your distinguished panelists for this amazing second session. It is now time for the closing session of this 20th International Economic Forum on Africa. We're slightly behind, but I believe it was worth it. We had amazing exchanges and not any less amazing panelists. So without any further ado, allow me to turn to His Excellency, Mr. Manuel Escudero, permanent representative of Spain to the OECD, and our very much liked chair of the OECD Development Center Governing Board. Ambassador Escudero will deliver some closing remarks. Dear Manuel, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Batile. Thank you so much. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be today and conclude the 20th edition of the International Economic Forum on Africa. I would like to convey my personal gratitude and that of all the members of the OECD Development Center to Senegal for hosting this forum, and in particular to President Macky Sall for his hot patronage. A sincere thanks also to all of you who joined this this virtual event. I was amazed, by the way. I think that when I entered, there were around 600 people. I never had seen in the OECD, such a number in a virtual meeting. And in particular, I would like to thank the speakers. Their interventions helped us to chart concrete recommendations for advancing toward a sustainable recovery in Africa. I would say that from today's discussion, I see a broad consensus emerging. Many emphasize that African governments have acted swiftly and effectively, but continue to face formidable challenges with limited financial resources. We welcome the commitment of the international community, but stress that the level of ambition must rise and match those formidable challenges. We agreed that this crisis is a stress test for our shared commitment to sustainable development and to multilateralism. We will overcome this crisis if and only if we act together in a spirit of solidarity so that every country can access the vaccines and the resources it needs. To get out of the pandemics together is not only a moral question, but an economic and sanitary question. Nobody will be free from COVID until everybody is free from COVID. We stress that the response to this crisis must be different from the previous one. Support measures must stay in place until the recovery is on a solid path. The response to the crisis, nationally and internationally, must also be an opportunity to rethink our approach to development and to address the vulnerabilities that the pandemic has posed. In other words, we seem to agree that we need a new deal for development, a global pact that aspires to address both the immediate emergency measures and the long-term reforms for a sustainable recovery, and that is based on the principle of co-responsibility that so much has been talked about, and certainly, is part of the Dakar consensus. More concretely, I would like to highlight 3 takeaways from our discussions related to the mobilization of resources. First, the central role of governments in responding to the crisis and addressing vulnerabilities. But a functioning state requires sufficient and stable domestic resources, which unfortunately not yet is the case for many African countries. Tackling illicit financial flows that deprive the continent of these resources and building fair, effective, and progressive domestic tax systems is key. Second, the call to deal in a meaningful way with sovereign debt and ensure adequate access to capital markets for African countries. African countries have young populations and could provide excellent returns to investors. Many of countries have relatively low levels of debt to GDP. Still, they face very high borrowing costs and have shrinking resources to serve existing debt. We welcome the G20 initiative on debt treatment, but more needs to be done. It is paramount that we act to safeguard and enhance African governments' capacity to finance their development. And third, the need to enhance the coordination of African governments and their international partners to ensure not only the quantity, but also the quality of investment in human capital, infrastructure, and connectivity, and productive capacities. In this respect, I am pleased to announce that the African Union Commission and the OECD Development Center will be launching tomorrow a joint platform on investment and productive transformation in Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by praising the excellent cooperation between the African Union Commission and the OECD Development Center. This cooperation has led to the joint organization of this Forum on Africa, the Africans Development Dynamics Annual Report, and the annual publication of the revenue statistics in Africa. You can count on the OECD Development Center and its members, which include, as you know, 11 African countries, to deepen further this great cooperation, to advance policy dialogue and knowledge sharing, and support the implementation of the development agenda as defined by Africa itself. Thank you. And now, Batile, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador, for these warm words of wisdom and closing. Allow me now to turn to His Excellency, Mr. Albert Muchanga, who is a Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, and Mining at the African Union Commission. And His Excellency, Mr. Muchanga, will also share some concluding remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. The honorable ministers, the excellencies, the ambassadors, and permanent representatives, distinguished delegates, and the ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to have been with you the whole day this afternoon and in the morning. And certainly the discussion has been very, very insightful. And there are a lot of takeaways that we need to reflect on. And I would like also to thank each and every one of you for taking time to participate in this year's edition of the International Economic Forum on Africa. Your presence, and like indicated earlier, your insightful contributions and proposals have set the pace by directing our path towards the role we as stakeholders need to play, and that is to achieve our desired vision for sustainable recovery in Africa through investment, which has been the theme of this forum this afternoon and in the morning. I'd also like to express my appreciation to the Republic of Senegal, the OECD Development Center, and all supporting partners of this forum, including CAS Africa, Sahel and West Africa Club, Agence France de Développement, and Cercle des Economies for putting together their resources and time to make this forum a distinct success that it has been. We are most grateful and we shall forever acknowledge your various contributions. The moderators and speakers for both sessions have deliberated at great length on the need to accelerate productive transformation and regional integration in Africa to achieve our Agenda 23 objectives and priorities as we rethink the financing of sustainable and inclusive growth agenda in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic. As indicated by the chairperson of the Commission in his opening remarks this morning, the African continent has lost over a decade of development. The gross domestic product of Africa was projected to decline between -2.1% and -4.9%, according to scenario mapped out by the African Union in July 2020 in collaboration with the Oecd Development Center. Under this scenario, many countries are entering economic recessions for the first time in 25 years. The containment measures implemented by the African governments and the African Union to halt the spread of COVID-19 has resulted in at least $115 billion of losses in output as consumption, and that is domestic consumption, investment, and external financing declined due to the continent's vulnerability to the external shocks of disruption of global supply chains, capital flight, and other exigencies. This clearly shows the importance for Africa to diversify our production systems. Undoubtedly, to build resilience for smooth recovery, post-pandemic Africa needs to accelerate productive transformation and economic integration across the region. The African Continental Free Trade Area, which started operating on the 1st of January 2021, avails an opportunity to expand intra-African trade and diversify production and exports. In order to realize the full potential of the African Continental Free Trade Area, more emphasis must be placed on developing regional value chains across Africa, encouraging the participation of small and medium enterprises as suppliers of both intermediate and final products in the regional value chains, as well as investing in research and development. The last point is critically important because smooth and effective operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area will greatly depend on innovation. Working towards achieving a single continental market through business linkages, digitalization, and regional value chain development will also serve a great deal to advance agribusiness in Africa, which employs more than 50% of the African population. And this can greatly contribute to food security among our people. In support of rethinking financing for sustainable and inclusive growth in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic, there's no doubt that strengthening domestic resource mobilization is a vital imperative. Illicit financial flows also remain a challenge on the continent, with estimated annual losses of upwards of $80 billion. In addition, the tax to GDP ratio is still very low for Africa, which is at 16.5% compared to the OECD average of 34.3% and the Latin American and Caribbean average of 23.1%. And these statistics were highlighted in earlier discussions. We should not forget to mention the resources lost through the digital multinational enterprises activities, whose activities are very, very complex to tax. All these resource losses will contribute to undermining sustainable development and building the financial autonomy of the African continent. As Africa continues to acquire additional debt to combat the COVID-19 pandemic and rebuild her economies, debt sustainability is very crucial. In this respect, it is vitally essential for countries to use the debts acquired for intended purposes. It is also crucial to develop new innovative financial mechanisms to strengthen public-private partnerships and leverage cooperation among international partners and the African continent. As a continent, we will continue advocating for external public debt cancellation and the reallocation of unused special drawing rights and creation of new ones to procure vaccines for the African populations and invest in the recovery of our economies and put back Africa on a path of sustainable development, structural transformation, and resilience. I'll end here and thank each and every one of you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, and I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We now we're going to turn back to His Excellency Mr. Cheikh Kanté. Je me tourne à nouveau vers Monsieur.
I give the floor once again to Mr. Cheikh Kanté, Minister of State, a Special Envoy of the President of the Republic of Senegal, who is now going to share with us the major conclusions from the forum. You have the floor, Minister, at the end of this 11th edition of the forum. Mr. Cheikh Kanté, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I'm going to read through the major conclusions and recommendations of the forum. The 20th edition of the International Economic Forum on Africa, jointly organized by the Commission of the African Union and the OECD Development Center, under the aegis of President Macky Sall of Senegal, with the participation of the President of Madagascar, the Prime Minister of Togo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, the Secretary General of the OECD, and the President of the AUC, focused on investing for sustainable recovery in Africa. You know that we've had very fruitful discussions, and we're now at the closing ceremony. And let me conclude as follows. In order to guarantee a sustainable global economic recovery, the priority is to win the battle against the virus throughout the world. As such, vaccines have to be understood and considered as global public goods. The international community must deploy all efforts to guarantee equitable distribution in due time of anti-COVID-19 vaccines, such that 60% of the population of the African continent can be vaccinated. It is urgent to face up to economic and social challenges in Africa, because these have been seriously aggravated by the global crisis. Notwithstanding a fairly limited spread of the virus in 2020, no fewer than 41 African economies have suffered a recession, against just 11 during the 2009 financial crisis. This shock is going to hit particularly hard many of the at-risk households that depend to a large extent on the informal economy. More than 23 million people in Africa are facing the risk of falling into extreme poverty. We must therefore acknowledge the efforts deployed by those in charge of politics at all levels, and also civilian society and citizens doing everything they can to curtail the spread of the virus. We would understand the need to strengthen the fiscal and monetary measures in order to face up to the crisis, and we would ask that these not be halted prematurely. It is essential to channel cash liquidity into households and vulnerable social groups, SMEs, and those sectors of the economy that have been particularly hard hit. We would encourage the Commission of the African Union to establish partnerships, the most suitable partnerships possible, so that there can be a mutual learning and exchange of good practices between countries in terms of support to individuals, households, and undertakings, all in the most vulnerable category, and to broaden social protection. Time has come for a new deal. Facing this massive global shock, there's only coordinated action throughout the continent and globally that will be able to reduce the vulnerabilities of our economies.
Beyond responding to emergencies, we reaffirm the need for adopting policies focusing on transforming economies, creating quality employment, and enabling African countries to make the most of the demographic dividend. The huge success of young, talented entrepreneurs, of technological innovation hubs throughout the continent highlight clearly that the age of the population, the very young population that we have, can be a veritable engine of growth in a number of countries for decades to come. Questions linked to the economy and the digital transformation has to be included in this new deal. The current innovation momentum can contribute to increasing resilience in the face of COVID-19 and ensuring a new economic growth, as long as public policies and public action focuses on general interest. The quick and effective implementation of the free trade area for the African continent, the priority programs for infrastructure in Africa, PIDA, can strengthen regional value chains and reduce vulnerability to external shocks. We remind you that between 2000 and 2018, the African continent had the second highest growth rate in the world at 4.6% on average, behind Asia 7.2%. Now, this was drawn mainly from internal demand. We call on the Pan-African institutions and the economic regions in Africa to organize stakeholders' discussions to ensure that we can have regional complementarity in terms of potential value chains with very high potential to ensure that we can really instate that free trade area continent-wide. We would exhort the partners and international community to increase their support to the program of transformation that Africa has decided for itself. In that context, we welcome and encourage the very useful cooperation that we've had between the African Union and the OECD, notably via its development center. And from there, we get all these reports on public revenue in Africa, the statistics in relation to that, and the dynamics for development in Africa as well. And we also have more partnerships, notably in terms of investment for productive transformation, which will be held tomorrow. The governments of Africa have to face the COVID-19 pandemic with very meager resources, much lower per capita than during the world financial crisis in 2008. It is therefore essential to act and act fast on all possible levers to be able to garner both external and internal resources to fund development. It is essential to strengthen international cooperation around tax practices in order to be able to fight against illegal financial flows and to be able to readjust the debt service. On the issue of debt, we welcome the G20 initiative on restructuring debt. The moratorium by the G20 gives a breathing space that is essential to many African countries, but it remains insufficient in terms of ensuring an adequate response to the pandemic and a strong growth into the future. We would like concrete responses to be able to move forward faster, notably the reallocation of special drawing rights that are unused or creating new special drawing rights for countries that lack liquidity, restructuring the debt, and in certain cases, complete cancellation of the debt to be able to face urgent financing needs. We reaffirm the essential role that a strong and coordinated multilateral system can have to be able to reform and come up with systemic and lasting solutions, to be able to support governments come up with innovative and coherent and consistent responses, to be able to increase cooperation between the different communities of public policy in the context of multiple crises. Now, one urgent question is to reform the international tax system, to be able to adapt it to the transnational character of economies, to create a system that is stronger in terms of information exchange and international tax regimes, to come up with fair and equitable regimes, to avoid the risk of new fiscal, uncoordinated and unilateral measures, tax measures. We've decided to act with one voice by bringing to bear important changes in the reallocation of taxing rights to be able to correct current imbalances that favor developed countries and that are really to the disadvantage of developing countries. We encourage the international community to move forward in an inclusive manner to come up with a long-term multilateral solution based on consensus, a solution to these tax challenges that we face because of digital economies. Thank you very much for your attention on this, the 22nd of February. Thank you very much, Excellency. And once again, thank you very much to the government of Senegal and President Macky Sall. We deeply regret not having been able to travel to be by your side, but let's hope this is just into the future. We'll be able to do it again.
Forum on Africa. Allow me to thank my colleagues who have worked relentlessly to make this event possible. And first, let me thank Luis Padilla, who's been, working day and night to make sure that this would run smoothly, and I believe it did. So thank you very much, Luis. Bakary Traoré, Keiko Alvarez, Mariana Lopez, Mario Pizzini. He doesn't need any introductions, as I said earlier, but allow us to thank him very much. He's been really quite amazing and supporting all of us. And Federico Bonaglia, Melanie Slade Villarasao, the communications team, Laura Perry-Davis, Irit Perry, Melody Descours, Henri Bernard Solignat de Comte, and Bushra Kriout, Elizabeth Olborn, and Julia Pepino. I would also naturally like to thank our, co-organizing partners, the African Union Commission, of course, the government of Senegal, Agence Française de Développement, and the Sahel and West Africa Club, with a special mention to Laurent Bossard, who has been also providing very kind support and contributions. So thank you very much on behalf of the OECD and the Development Center of the OECD for participating. And again, our deepest gratitude to the distinguished panelists that took some of their precious time to be with us today and help us dialogue and collectively reflect on Africa's sustainable recovery. We will have the pleasure to welcome you all next year, hopefully in person, if sanitary conditions permit. Merci encore à tous, et encore merci.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having been with us on this 20th edition of the International Economic Forum on Africa. See you soon.